Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to the Boulder Druid Day 2. We spent 6 hours with this character sitting in Torment 10. For some reason doing heavy double-digit billions of damage with our set, the Old Mountain one, which is absolutely nasty. And today's goal is to upgrade those billions to trillions. And we ain't gonna rest before that is happening. We got a nightmare dungeon to jump into for our first test, but right now I'd like to have a different chest piece because I did notice that I'm still running around with an 850 chest piece, which is less than ideal. So we could probably take this one that has a greater affix to armor and probably reroll it to something. It says armor and fire resistance. This one had armor physical. Wow, this one's actually perfect. I just have to reroll the core stat and we're good to go. But the core stat is actually the greater affix, so let's not mess with that one. I guess I'm gonna take the one with armor here, and we're gonna remove the core stat. Yeah, we're probably gonna focus reroll. Can I focus reroll the core stat and just make it into a different core stat? Yabba dabba do. And we're gonna focus reroll it until it is like a higher powered version, because right now it's like skill ranks, yeah, sure, but I would like to have like a 121 or so, right? 114. I can live with 114. And then we can re-roll the actual life regeneration into some kind of resistance. I mean, barrier generation could do for the time being, but obviously I'd like to see resistance to all elements. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Would you throw an eye on this little bad boy? Early in the day. Love to see it. Scooter, good to see you there. Gonna talk about the new builds. It's crazy. Kirsten, we just had a video out, in case you missed it, with all the top #1 builds currently out there. And we'll be probably having one also with like the most fun builds out there. Because obviously the #1 builds are not necessarily the most fun builds. They're just the #1 builds. But again, that doesn't make them the most fun to play. I need the Quay rune back here. Let's go. We get our thingy. I'm still not sure if I want to full send it on the resolve stacks, because we've been tempering, okay? And our tempering has been like actually maximum resolve stacks, which is a bit risky, since we're currently just attempting to get as much resolve as possible for as much crit as possible. It's kind of like how it works for this build, right? More resolve, more crit. 4,900 armor. Jeez. Chad, setting at decent armor values once in a while. Love to see that. I mean, we still have to make better gloves because my gloves are sad, but I don't want to spend all the time crafting here right now, so we'll just begin. Torment 10 should give us a nice nightmare dungeon, something with gold reserve. Let's make some money, I'd say. Begin our day with getting richer. Not rich, because we don't have the funds for that, right? I mean, I gotta be Torment 12 for rich. We're gonna do billions of damage for that. Let's see which damage we activate. So we know that we do 500 millions and beyond with our boulders, but we do billions with our white damage. So it's like more fun to actually look at the white damage. Okay, let's activate that. And we're gonna be zooming. Our first billion hit there already. 14.3. So yesterday we had like single digit billions, and with the final upgrade, with the final like new item, amulet, we went to the more digit. Oh, I think he deactivated my loot filter. Let's actually quickly destroy everything here. And check if my loot filter is properly online. Open. Nope. Trial. Save changes. Because I don't want to see things, right? Yeah, this is how Druid currently works. At least one of them. We're playing the older Druid over the Companion Druid because Companion hasn't been too interesting for me. I mean, it's a powerful build and it does like absolute unholy damage. But I just like what Boulder does, pretty much. Okay, return mechanical boxes to the pedestal. You know what the good thing is? That at least there's only 2 mechanical boxes. Because this Nightmare Dungeon actually used to be 3 mechanical boxes. There's one thing we completely forget to interact with, and those are the Horadric chests throughout the dungeon. This one here. Because they spew out a lot of gold. And when I say millions of gold, I mean millions of gold, right? This is actually like atrocious how rich you can get. So definitely have an eye out for this, because there's roughly like up to 20 spread around. And in Torment 12, they give you 15 million money for a chest. That's crazy, isn't it? So you gotta pay attention. Jay's welcome. Good to see you there. Sortman also. American New Face. Howdy. Sorry for the bit delay. I've been out with the daughter for her school examination shenanigans. Kept me a bit busy in the morning. Also, it's kind of like watching that massive Path of Exile 2 reveal that was like beyond belief. Like, what the fuck did they do? I mean, like, seriously. Not sure if anyone of you has watched that. But we're eating good. I mean, end of the month, when we have done every single Diablo build, I definitely know what I'm going to spend my summer with. Because there's going to be a lot of PoE 2. Into then the first season of Diablo as well. ARPG gamers are eating good. Let me tell you that much. They came out of your little coffin there, my dude. Now we're going to have the Boulder's World 45 billion. So first goal today, triple digit billions, obviously, and then upgrade to trillions. Shouldn't be impossible. Good morning, Asa. We do also have the planner for this build, FYI, so we created it. However, this is a preliminary planner. It's very early. It's very basic, without many explanations and everything. Pretty much the just so you have something planner. Willpower, I don't need that. Be interesting. Craft our gloves today. Okay, well, we got war plan. I need a war plan that gives me more PID, but also more PID. Helltide. Yeah, yes. So we can do Torment 11 already. I'm currently just going Torment 10 because it's quicker. You watch the PoE stream. Devs, I did not watch the stream. I watched the video. Bishmeda! I watched the video this morning. Half of it already. And honestly, it's going to be massive. I mean, I can't wait to check out all the new systems, play with all the new stuff. So, yes. Excited. It's an understatement. But I'm also like, it's interesting that the internet isn't too interested in the reveal right now. You know, it's like day one of the reveal and people have made some videos about it, but actually the hype is currently relatively low because there's another 30 days in between, right? Or not 30 days, but, you know, 20 plus. So I'm going to be definitely having the coverage for that running as well. But right now, the Diablo coverage has precedence, right? People want to see Diablo stuff. I get Diablo stuff. I don't mind the wait. We'll tell that to the people who have been waiting like half a year almost for new content, right? $7 months for 1.0 to drop. Yeah, I hope there's going to be another league between 1.0 and... But I don't think so. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how the rest of the year develops. I mean, so far, I'm just banking on the next 2 months providing me with enough content that I can prepare for the dry months this year. You know what I mean? Also for creators, they're dry spells. So I'm just going to be doing as much Diablo until everything falls apart, and then as much PoE, and then we'll see what comes afterwards. Also stated there will be in-between leagues. I hope so. I mean, I can't wait for the first league of Diablo 2. I mean, we're only in the second week, right? And yet I am still very excited what is there to come. Because the new league in Diablo is going to have like their own skill tree, right? They're going to have their own skill tree here. Most certainly, right? Something in that direction. So it's actually like, it's pretty, I'm pretty pumped if you think about it. That's gonna be massive. They get the boss out. Little 3-minute clear here. Spinny winny to the winny. Spinny winny win 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 win. 52 billion, almost at the triples. We're gonna bring down to 29. Still feel like we need like spirit regeneration on 1 or 2 items to make this feel the best possible. So we kind of have like infinite resource, but it doesn't feel infinite enough. Okay, we got werebear here, +4, +4. As you can see, my glyphs are far from being upgraded, so we have a lot to do. Both games are in good shape. It's insane, you know? It's actually crazy how good shape both games are. Hey, Packlight, good to see you there, partner.
That's it for that piece.
So yeah, I think we couldn't be happier, generally speaking. I mean, you might not like some of the changes, as always. There's a chance that like you just don't enjoy what they're trying to bring to the table. But generally speaking, it's looking good. Fist damage multiplier. This is crit damage multiplier, a high one. Let's keep this in case we don't get a better one. I just saw you need 1.4 trillion XP from 29 to 291. Yeah, so Dijon, the journey from level 1 to level 2, from Paragon 1 to 283 is half the journey. Okay? Half of the journey. Got my first Mephisto kill in tier 10 solo. Awesome. Did you get your Mythic seal? Because I didn't. What build would you suggest to use Warlock that's S tier in your opinion? There are multiple S tier builds, Tony. If you really just want to be the hardest bot, like, so if you want the easiest time, you do Apocalypse Warlock. However, Apocalypse Warlock is somewhat boring to play in my opinion. So, like, just power-wise, Apocalypse Warlock. If you wanted a bit more juicy, a bit more interesting, you could go for Lunatic Warlock, which is extremely easy to build. Tyranny's Grasp, a bit harder to build. There's obviously more different versions of things. So yeah. You could also go Dreadclaws. There's actually a Dreadclaw variant that's currently sitting comfortably in Torment 12 as well. So they're options. You know, they're options. Just gotta decide what it is that you actually enjoy playing, right? Apocalypse Warlock is a bit clunky. It is clunky, but the advantage of Apocalypse Warlock is that it just nukes the whole screen. So if you're, for example, in a Helltide and you summon the Lady of the Helltide, you just stand in the middle and nuke the whole screen. If you're in an Inferno Horde, you just nuke the whole screen, right? So you essentially just nuke the whole screen, right? And then, like, in case you haven't nuked the whole screen, you just nuke the whole screen. And that makes a lot of the content easier because who cares if you have mobility when you just nuke the screen? That's something to consider, like the quality of life of nuking a screen is not to be underestimated. I mean, for example, the Druid here in comparison, also massive damage, but I am not nuking the screen. I am pulling the screen into me and then I'm nuking it, yes. Still, though, not nuking the screen, right? I mean, my personal favorite Warlock is Tyranny's Grasp because of the mobility, together with the Lunatic Warlock, which was absolutely insane because it just zooms over the whole map. So these are two things that I have been personally enjoying the most. Despite other builds maybe being stronger. Or the one button build for Warlock. Yeah, but the one button Warlock build is kind of like extra because it actually, like, it might be a one button build, a 0 button build to press. However, it's causing like a different kind of issue because like you still have to run around a lot, right? So instead of like killing things fast, you just created a marathon warlock. Can you fight Mephisto with this build in Torment 10? Yes, but not right now. So I am not strong enough yet. I mean, this character is 6 hours old. I don't even have a greater affixed glove, right? I don't have the right boots. We still have a lot of the items to upgrade, and my glyphs are all like 2 are level 50, the rest are lower level. So this build will easily be able to do Torment 10, like easily, because we're gonna upgrade our billions of damage to trillions of damage and then destroy Mephisto. The goal would obviously bring it to the way that we can destroy Torment 12 Mephisto as well. So we're gonna see if that is in the realm of possibilities. And the advantage of the Druid over some of the other builds is the mere tankiness that Druid has to offer. Because like this build waltz was nothing into Torment 10 and I hadn't died, right? So it's like immensely tanky, running around with like a good chunk of HP, armor, all that kind of stuff. And I could get even more tanky, which is essentially the goal, because you will want to just be able to endure some hits from Mephisto, right? And that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to invest our Paragon points smart, that we get like a level of tankiness where we really don't have to give a flying fart about anything anymore. Technically, I could use my resolve to juice my armor to Mars, because I have a node with Stone Burst that can make my resolve go crazy, and my armor too. I mean, as you can see, we're at 23 resolve stack, which is actually 23% bonus crit, and that currently has me sit with a Gar rune at like I have 52% crit chance, but then I get the Gar rune on top. The Gar rune gives me another 20 something crit chance. We're sitting at like 90% crit chance currently, which is crazy. I mean, I could technically play Lochran's Talisman and reduce my crit chance, but get like 150% crit damage plus. Ryan, Backstar, thank you for the gifted subscription. Backstar, that's very kind of you. Can you link the build? The build is linked in the description of the YouTube video. I heard only good things about rabies. Weapon damage and willpower. Not that I need it, but to have or not to have. I'm still fishing for better gauntlets. Ooh, again? Another mythic tribute. Jesus Christ, I just keep getting mythic tributes. Dropping like candy. I mean, the good thing is I can pay back my lads, because I got invited to 2 mythic tributes and I didn't have a single mythic tribute myself. So, can't wait to pay back the favors, right? I'm not just the guy who snuck away your tributes. Necro Burst build, would the Grandfather be good? The Grandfather is good, yes. If you have the Anathema of Crimes to use as a... called again? If you have the Anathema of Crimes to use as a... 75 billion, let's go. New high score. 71 billion, let's go. Shit, I died. That was greedy. See, that's what not to happen. If you can use the Anathema of Crimes as a charm, be good. Is 1 mythic tribute enough for the whole party? Yes, that's what makes the tribute so good. So if one person has a mythic tribute, then everyone will get the rewards. That means if you go in with 4 people and each has a mythic tribute, then everyone gets a ton of mythics. Just like that. So that's why you do mythic tribute rotations, right? You ask for people who have them too, and then you do them together on the highest torment tier that you're possibly able to do them together. It's the same with Uber Mephisto, in case you didn't know this. So if you have the Crux of the False Prophet, and you actually do Mephisto together with friends, you can all get the rewards. which I personally didn't know. It kind of baffled me that they would allow that. So yeah, you can actually share your cruxes. Which is probably the reason why all the team playing streamers have like mythic charms already, and Mr. Ponyhop is still sitting there without his mythic charm, like some goddamn super pleb. Okay, I'm gonna try to get this one done here. We're super close, Chad. Oh my goodness, that fire damage should have not killed me, but I accept my demise, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, my resistances are not really high, 3,000. So we gotta juice that up. Gotta juice that up. Juice that up. We get some resistance. How much do we have here in total? Is this 2,000, 4,000? It's not enough. When I should probably just get here more points into the cyclone armor, right? So just pull out things from the debilitating roar and put them in here, because this was gonna boost my all resistance, right? I could get more resistances. Like really going like for the Giga Res. A reasonable plan. Are we gonna wait for the Hell Tide to reset? 8 seconds. Guess I forget to say happy birthday, so late happy birthday from Denmark. Baxter, don't you worry, sir. Appreciate it, my friend. It was a great day on the 5th. 2 uniques are you using for this build? I have the Starless Skies ring. I'm using Fractured Runestone and T-Bolt's Will. T-Bolt's Will is important because T-Bolt's Will says when you become unstoppable, you get 50% more resource generation. And that's pretty much how I generate my resource, by being unstoppable. It's a nice little shtick. As I don't want to care about like any lucky hit chance to restore resource or stuff like that. It's just literally Ring of Starless Skies, reducing my resource cost to 30%. And then I become unstoppable and we're good to go. And since I have the minion, it's just continuously triggering over and over and over again to permanently have my resource generation up by 50. It could honestly not be better. It's just like super cheesy little thing that just works. Have you seen the new PoE2 release? That's just a reveal, sir. The release is still quite far away, but yes. Druid is worth. It felt way better to level than Warlock. I was in Penitent level 32 and level 60 I was in Torment 1 and using Rabies. Yes. Rabies is very powerful. The unique pants can't get target farmed. I crafted them. I got myself ancestral pans and then I crafted until I had T-Bolt's Will. It took me 6 crafts. 6 is pretty low, to be honest. You might want to craft this on a class that can't get many unique pans, because the problem is that the Druid has the Storm Companions, the Druid has the Ravens thingy, and I think there was a third one, I'm not entirely sure. Necromancer, for example, also shit. You have like the Casimir's Legacy, the Bloodmoon Breaches, that kind of stuff. So you really want to do this on a class preferable that's just like has only 1 or 2 pans to choose from, hopefully. Andre, you're finally enjoying Warlock. I knew it. The lunatic build is gonna be insane. Steven, thank you for gifting Mr. Surge a subscription. Steven, appreciate it. Welcome back, my friend. I know the mod's really interesting to play PoE. They've made a lot of changes since I last played. Oh, loser, it's not a lot of changes. It's a whole new game. Well, you wouldn't exaggerate when you're like calling the changes like a whole new game, because they truly cooked it there. To say it with the words of the youth nowadays. So currently, if we're outside, 4,000. 4,000 is kind of good. Almost the most I've had ever. Is Ores of Vein better than Crown of Lucian? I'm confused why all the top sorts are running Crown in 90% damage increase, was Oathbane rates 100% damage increase. I haven't played Sorc, so I can't tell you. There will be a good reason for it. It might have to do with the actual cost increase of the Crown of Lucian being useful, but I can honestly not tell you because I don't know top of my head. Oh, gauntlets, even more. I mean, I have some greater affix gauntlets just lying around, so it's relatively simple for me to craft what I'm looking for. But I just gotta double check. This is a fist damage and a crit multiplier, so technically, exactly what I'm looking for.
What brings you?
New health tide is not up, so I guess we're gonna run one pid. I'm using the Claw Storm build on Druid. I'll try farming the pieces and then switching to your build. You don't actually need to farm any pieces, Surge. So we instantly swapped to, we went with Stormclaw from level 1 to 70. And at level 70, we tempered our gear with resource cost reduction. Okay, rings and amulets, resource cost reduction. Then we get ourselves T-Bolt's Will. So T-Bolt's Will was kind of like something we wanted to have. And boom, suddenly the whole shtick already worked. It was rather simple. It might have even worked without T-Bolt's Will. I mean, the Ring of Starless Skies helps immense. So if you go for Ring of Starless Skies plus resource cost reduction tempers, you actually have, like, all your issues kind of taken care of. Stylus is obviously a huge help. I mean, who doesn't want to have 50% reduction of resource cost? What about the beer, like this guy or companions? Companions are great, Mr. Thor. There's nothing wrong with companions. Companions is actually, in fact, one of the strongest builds, if not the strongest Druid build out there. But I personally don't like playing them because the Storm Crow is how I enjoy companions. And the current companions is more like, have like all of the companions, and the wolves are actually the main star of the show. I want my crows back, you know? But sadly, you cannot play main crow. That wouldn't work. I'm at Paragon 180 on my lock at Torment 9, running Occult Abyss Rift, doing crazy damage number, no Mythic yet. Yeah, that's great. 180 Torment 9 seems good. You probably can jump already into Torment 10 without knowing. The jump from 9 to 10 is not that much. Rather an easy little bump. Can you play this build as a werewolf instead of a fat bear? No, but human. You could play this build as a human. But it wouldn't work that well for one reason. Later, we will need Grizzly Rage because Grizzly Rage gives us a 200% damage multiplier. So deciding to play this as not a bear is actually potentially like just like straight terrible for you. That's something you need to keep on your mind. Okay. Almost leveled up. When the range increases, I'm going to be able to pull out quite some points to make them different. Interesting. I decided to buy LOD and gotta say, Miasma no minions necro works like a charm. You should have sequence endgame. I mean, the endgame they're kind of leading you to is the war plans, right? War plans. That's pretty much your introduction. Beastie, you know me. I'm happy. Very excited for the PoE 2 changes. I know a lot of people are mad because they're not getting swords, right? But it's almost like you cannot make people happy. So, you know, Path of Exile reworked everything. And the only thing I see is, but where are my swords? I'm not sure what to say about that, right? When you're getting like everything and more, but not the one thing that you were desperately hoping would actually release. It happens, right? One of them in the nerf melted heart barbs. There's functionally nothing wrong with melted heart barbs. So there is no reason to nerf melted heart barbs per se. Also, everyone can use the Melted Heart of Selig. The Barbarian simply has the advantage that he has 4 weapons, which is 4 aspects or different uniques, which kind of makes up for missing out on your amulet slot. Because let's be real, the biggest reason why other classes don't use the Melted Heart of Selig is they can't just simply say, oh no, I don't need my amulet slot. That's fine. That 1.5% damage multiplier on whatever aspect I put on there, you know what? That's unnecessary. Because I have like 4 weapons. I don't care. So, yeah. What is this stick about swords in PoE? Well, swords are amazing to have. They have been a fixed part of PoE 1, and people were hoping for them in PoE 2. And they're also, the swords are bound to certain classes. And never understood the heavy obsession, essentially, sir. But yeah, some people just way too upset. Never happened. Cyberspot, good to see you there. You can even get an aspect on amulet with a mythic unique, though. That's true, my friend. But you're gonna miss out on the actual stats, like the damage multiplier and so on. I mean, my amulet giving me 100% crit damage multiplier is quite nifty, right? That's not just a little amulet. That's a quite useful banger amulet, if we're honest with each other. And a lot of people, again, that are not barbs can't just do that. Okay, greater collection of leg guards. I don't need that. Okay, promise me. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, so far my goddamn Tree of Whispers has dropped me a Crux of the False Prophet and a Mythic Tribute today. I like womp womp. Not gonna complain about that, but holy moly. By the way, shout out to our vertical stream viewers. We also do have a horizontal stream running with a full picture, just as a heads up. God damn, Chan. This is a successful stream so far. Streamer Klein, honestly, this dude has been blessed back, sir. Like, I reached Torment 1. I went to, like, Gregoire or Urivar. I got Belial. I have gotten, like, 4 or 5 Belials on this character already. It is crazy because I haven't seen Belial in quite a while on all my other characters, but he's just getting Belial non-stop. Did they fix people being able to use 2 mythic charms, Slurvy? There's still some bug abuse that's happening in the leaderboard. I mean, I'm not sure why Blizzard just doesn't ban this account. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's this guy called InfBuilds, and he's clearly abusing the bug here of using 2 uniques together with this one, where he shouldn't be allowed. Like these 2 uniques don't work. It's a bug, right? He's abusing a bug that allows him to equip this with this mythical seal. And I'm not sure why Blizzard just, like, I mean, it's blatant bug abuse, right? It's blatant bug abuse to do a better position in the leaderboards. So it's not just blatant bug abuse to just play more, right? It's just to appear better in the leaderboard. I feel like, you know, just punish the person for it. Just sends very bad vibes about anyone caring of leaderboards. We get purple seals. Purple seals are from Torment 10, and like you have to be Torment 10 to increase the chance for them to drop. They can technically drop below Torment 10 already, very rare. Technically, Uber Mephisto is the source, or the most likely source for them to drop. But I know a lot of people that have gotten their mythical seals from complete different sources. So they have been just doing the Infernal Horde and suddenly got one. They've been doing the Hell Ties and got one. So yeah, they can drop everywhere. Why is Melted Heart of Selig good? You can use Melted Heart of Selig to virtually become unkillable. And if the Melted Heart of Selig is helping you to become unkillable, then you can invest your stats in other things than just defense to survive. And therefore, the Melted Heart of Selig is actually really good on Barb. I mean, also, not being able to die is quite useful for killing Uber Mephisto. Because even if you only do 1 trillion damage, if you're pretty much unable to die, then you'll win in the long run. It's almost like there's no point in having leaderboards. I mean, there's no point in having leaderboards unless it's solo self-found anyways. I'm sorry, ARPG trade league leaderboards are for me the most useless thing in existence. Because in trade league, you'll just trade. I mean, I can be one of these Chinese players, and it is the Chinese players, no racism intended, that just buys themselves the best equipment with like $20 to $30 of real money, and then is instantly #1 in the leaderboard. Yeah. That's just not a leaderboard. That's just a sad RMT. So yeah, any leaderboard that's not solo self-found is anyways useless. But that's just my personal humble opinion that you do not have to agree with, but you're wrong if you don't agree with me, obviously. Surely. You're just wrong. There's no yellow man and I'm assuming you're not critting. I'm not showing the crits, Riprat. So I have 2 sources of damage. I have my crits, and my crits are sitting around 500 million to 1 billion. And then I do have my damage, my white damage, which is coming from my set. And my set is the Old Mountain set. And that white damage exceeds the other damage. So I don't display that as it's worthless. Oh, 12% attack speed. I mean, that attack speed could potentially be decent on the gloves. But I would prefer critical strike. Let's see if we can do gloves. What do we have? We got all damage multiplier. We got crit chance and crit damage multiplier. This is crit chance vulnerable. I mean, this is technically the gloves that I would play. Got fizz damage multiplier. So what can I do with this one? This is all damage. We're gonna remove the maximum life from it. So remove affix. Defensive one. Remove core stat. Core stat is just not important. Add affix, aggressive tune and prism. Remove affix, core stat, because I don't want the core stat. Oh my goodness. Remove willpower. Me no want willpower. Me want other offensive. Critical strike chance. Okay. Relatively low. But it's fine. Attack speed. See what the last one is. Damage over time. Shit. Damage over time is shit. So now I gotta go for focused reroll. to potentially reroll anything that is... I'm fine to gamble a bit here. Vulnerable damage multiplier, but relatively low. That's going to be not letting me reroll that one. Can gloves have ranks to boulder? Probably not. I could have ranks to core skills though. Probably. Nah, these didn't turn out good. Might honestly just take these ones for the time being, because they have everything I need. I can slap title on them. Much pro overpower stack. This is a greater affix item, by the way, with a fixed greater affix. Doesn't look like it has a greater affix, but it does. I prefer if I had a crit damage multiplier, but I'll take what I can there. Okay, back to the Helltide. About to reroll my next class when something quick to level with fairly good ramp into the end game. Druid or Barb? Barb ramps harder. Might be boring to play, but ramps harder. Druid has 2-3 builds that are good in the end game. You can play companions, you can play the boulder here, and then there is also rabies. Plus, I think even a lightning storm variant. So Druid does actually have quite some to offer in terms of variety, and not just like, you know, straightforward, you get to play this or you suck. Which always is my preference, to be honest. I would like to have a class that has multiple avenues to power, because it's just not fun to play only one thing. Hopefully I don't have any dry month. I mean, it's going to be hard to have dry month. I mean, look at this. Like, the rest of May, the complete rest of May is Diablo. And even if you're then not done, you could just keep doing Diablo, right? Then after the May, like, you're going to have the next PoE 2 league be at least 4 months long, if not longer. So let's say, even if you play Diablo until the end of July, or just June, that would leave you with July and August completely for Path of Exile 2, because the new content actually leaves that open for that long time. So yeah, there is, like, damn. And there's also Blood of the Dawnwalker coming. I'm not sure when the release was planned for that one. There is potentially the DLC for Crimson Desert at some point. I'm not sure about any other game releases, I gotta admit, in June, July. Is there something? Does anyone know of something? Like, if there's any game coming out, like, right? Is this June, July, August? I mean, August is technically around Gamescom, so I'd expect there's some releases maybe before, shortly after Gamescom that we don't have on our radar yet. I personally don't know. How come you don't skill anything basic or core skill? Our core skill is the boulder. I mean, this is nothing for leveling. You need to be level 70 to do this. Okay. I will add the build that we did from 1 to 70 as well. Yeah, if you're not level 70, you cannot do this. RE Requiem has new content if you're interested. What did I miss? Can you teal the army, last nerd? I mean, right now, not interested, right? No Rest for the Wicked. No Rest for the Wicked release, I think, is slated around Gamescom. They might actually have a Gamescom release as a, like, big fucking surprise. That would be great. Like, if they're smart, they would try to avoid the next... Like, I mean, if they're smart, actually, an August release would be insane for No Rest for the Wicked. Because you gotta see at the timing. We have the big 05 update from Path of Exile, which is, like, then 4 months until the next big content patch, which would be September or October, maybe. Ergo, like, No Rest for the Wicked would have, like, quite the time it could run very well. without having any interruptions from any other game. I mean, that being said, No Rest for the Wicked doesn't have to look out for other games because they're that good as well, right? They don't have to care. 58 Backstar, yeah, with 58 you should keep doing the Lightning Storm Claw build. Everything gets destroyed. I don't sing a thing. The pit has leveled up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we get the Tree of Whisper. Now we can get a collection of mysteries, and the pit has leveled up for the Orb Thieves, and we should be able to just destroy them wholesale. Pretty easy. We get one more Paragon point that we don't need to spend right now. Let's try to get more war plans with more pits again. That's Helltide Harvest, Nightmare Dungeon. Actually, I need Undercity maybe too. I'm trying to look for keys here a little bit right now. That's salvage materials. That's actually double salvage. Yeah, I need that. That double salvage is huge, Chad. That's huge. Okay, Mythic Tribute. Yes, no, maybe. Now I'm gonna have to wait either to do this with the community and or later check if is Nook online. Nook. Godspeed. Nerds are not online. Oh, I mean, they're probably sleeping. Gonna wait for them to come later. Greater Rune, Greater Talisman. I mean, I got tributes of armaments. Actually, I can soon like craft another tribute of Shabambo Bambo. Fable 4 comes. I'm happy. I never played the old Fables. Can you explain what makes people so excited for Fable? I just don't know. I understand it was like Gothic. It was like Elder Scrolls kind of, right? But what made Fable so special that because people keep gushing to me about it. They're like, Pony, Fable took my virginity. I wish I could do it again. So what is it? Is the armory for Druid not working? Not that I noticed. Fable was just fields? Yeah, okay, I get that. I mean, if I think back about my ARPG times, it was like Gothic 1, Gothic 2. There was also Risen later on. Those are just absolutely masterpieces that I really enjoyed. I never been big on the Elder Scrolls part because, you know, they were too open for me. Skyrim, obviously, great. But never liked the old Elder Scrolls because, you know, it was just too much. I think I was just too young to really comprehend them correctly and make the most out of it. The Gothic games, they were pretty straightforward. It was the Elder Scrolls of its days. First of its kind back then. Okay. And I can just see Fable as being very ambitious because, like, everyone seems so ultra hyped that they're just setting themselves up for disappointment. Right? Major disappointment. Groundbreaking console. Lion Hat, Molyneux, if I remember. Yeah, but isn't Molyneux not what he used to be anymore? However his name is pronounced. And man used to be quite prodigious. Yeah, the black and white series was better, exactly. I mean, didn't he make a new cash grab? Sorry. Didn't like Sir Molyneux may like he made a new black and white kind of game, but it seems like a bit of a cash grab. I'm sorry, I said it. No hurts intended. I mean, end of the day, if Fable is good, I'll play it. You know, I was just like, I need to understand what has the people so pumped. It's a bit the same with Path of Exile 2 with me. Like, when Path of Exile 2 was actually announced, I wasn't interested at all. Because I was playing Diablo 4, I was really happy with Diablo 4. But once I actually get to my hands on playing the game, I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, this game is going to be insane. Right? It went from, yeah, I mean, so what? I was like, oh fuck, it's so good. I was even at Gamescom, like, talking to Jonathan, and I had no clue who Jonathan was. You know, like, Jonathan Rogers, guys, the guy behind Path of Exile, the face of Path of Exile. I met him like it was 2 years ago before the PoE2 release, and he showed me some stuff and talked to me and stared at me, and I thought he was just some random dude, you know? Yeah, he was just working at the booth, right? So some random developer man. So he was like fully nerding out and just running around. It's kind of funny. I mean, then again, I also have no clue who the old Diablo 4 people are. You know, I was literally at the Blizzard Studios, and there were, like, we were having, like, a meeting with one of the guys who's, like, one of the old dudes that made Diablo 2. And all the other D4 creators around me be like, look at him. Like, yeah, he's just some middle-aged, overweight guy. Like, I don't know who that is. Like, no offense. Never heard of you, good sir. Maybe I'm just too ignorant. I need to update my knowledge base, you know? Used to rent games back in the days. I mean, back in the days, you used to go to the video store, get yourself the CD, put it in your PC, created a virtual clone CD that you could then virtually insert, and boom, handed the CD back on the same day, and we're like, nah, I already beat the game. We're not my cup of tea. Did you finish the Necro build, by the way? Well, so the Necro can farm more, admin. I reached the trillions of damage with the Necro. I destroyed Torment 12. I could farm Torment 12 bosses. The only thing that's missing is Torment 12 Mephisto, which I think the build is actually able to do. However, in order to do Torment 12 Mephisto with the Necro, I gotta find the perfect gloves, the perfect ring, the perfect amulet, you know, that kind of stuff. And that's just like grind for the grind. So I know how the build works. I maxed the build the way I could. I can now upgrade my glyphs obviously even further, and I can find the perfect items to then get even more damage out of it. But that's just like not the interesting part of the build making, right? That's just the grinding it out phase. And usually the grinding it out phase I leave for the community. I bring the builds to their fullest potential, the way you do it, until you get to like the truly super maxing stage. But that's like the most boring part of any ARPG, right? So you get to show the people the way. That was 85 billion, by the way, almost 100. Let's go. So you to show people the way, and then you gotta let them fly, like little birds that are finally free. Okay, we get the tectonic. That's good. And now we just gotta get a werebear, and then we're fully maxed out. This is gonna be huge. I mean, what means fully maxed out? Then we can start doing pit 100s to like get things faster, right? Can you confidently be in tournament with triple digit chase? Try that again. Which tournament? What am I missing? The gameplay looks so brain dead. You never played the new Diablo? I mean, it's an ARPG. You play an ARPG for zooming around and burning things down. You don't play RPGs for sophisticated, smart gameplay. I'm sorry. And it doesn't matter which ARPG, all of them are like that at some point. Why not Dolmen Stone anymore? Good question, easy answer. Dolmen Stone is a powerful tool, my friend. However, Dolmen Stone is a powerful tool for in between, for leveling, for getting through the Torment tiers, but later it's not giving you the damage you're looking for. So right now my amulet can give me 100% damage multiplier with an all damage multiplier with 90% damage also from the aspect. So it's actually quite huge. While the Dolmen Stone itself actually gives me only the exploding boulders. Now the exploding boulders are a cool thing. Do not get me wrong. The problem is though that the exploding boulders themselves don't actually do anything to the actual damage of the boulder. So I would get some random odd explosions every now and X, right? But that every now and X explosion wouldn't actually feed into the full 5 rotating boulders that are going around me at any given moment. So therefore, it is better to actually play the amulet later on to boost your all damage than just something for the boulder. If I could now find an amulet though, a Dolmen Stone, that has also a crit damage multiplier and an all damage multiplier together, right? Then I could play this over my actual amulet, but only then. Okay, only if I'm actually able to do that. So that's how it kind of works. So Dormant Stone Power is useless. No, it's not useless. But again, like, you would have to get the perfect amulet. And since... So, uniques have random affixes, right? And my amulet, I can force craft. So I can make the perfect amulet in a matter of 5 minutes. But finding the perfect Dormant Stone might take me 2 to 3 days if I ever find it. Because that's the thing, right? I can grind as much as I want. I might never find the perfect Dormant Stone. Ergo, it is way easier to just craft yourself an amulet than actually attempt the finding. And that goes for a lot of the uniques where you just come down to, you know what? Maybe it's just smarter if we just take a normal amulet. Which is on the one hand great because you're not so reliant on the uniques, but it's on the other hand sad because you want to have the uniques. At least I want to. I mean, I could also use the Banished Lord's Talisman amulet instead of using the Banished Lord's Talisman as a charm. But same applies to the Banished Lord's Talisman as it actually applies to the normal amulet. It's way easier to use it as a charm than trying to find the perfect Banished Lords. The Respite and Dirk Shattering. Can you not unique upcycle the Respite and Dirk? Very easy. Sorry, in the Horadric Cube. I mean, if you take a class that has no dagger options, like for example, if I now go for the Druid, I don't think there's a single dagger for the Druid. So could I not instantly get the Respite and Dirk if I try? Correct me if I'm wrong. Or is it not possible to unique craft that one? That is so satisfying to watch. It's also so satisfying to play. And we're by far not done. Jagos, good to see you there. Happy you're enjoying the guides. And hopefully having a good success with this season. Can actually wait to also do the lightning build for this. Today we're gonna max out our beautiful boulder. So we're not gonna rest until we're hitting for the trillions, chat. I know it is possible with the boulder, but I wonder how much would I need to make it possible? You know, that's the hot question. And right now we got a weapon already with a greater affix to weapon damage, and it does have like a crit damage multiplier, so that's good. Would be probably also good if it had like a greater affix to crit damage multiplier. So we're definitely searching for a better weapon. Why not Grizzly Rage over Cataclysm? Because I right now have no opportunity to reduce the cooldown of Grizzly Rage. What would Grizzly Rage do, chat? Grizzly Rage will give us another 200% bonus damage. Until Grizzly Rage is then out. And that's my problem. I don't have the Flicker Stab yet with attacks reduce cooldown. I mean, if I had the Flicker Stab that with attacks reduce cooldown, that would be insane, but I don't. I'm Torment 6. I got blue Ancestral All Rest Pants, but accidentally removed it when I was trying to get rid of the Clash skill for my Pally. She kept trying to make it roll All Rest. I mean, optimally, okay? Optimally, for crafting pants and chest, you want an item that starts with All Rest, because that's the easiest way to then turn it into something else. Because getting the All Rest is a problem, since the All Rest is not a resistance stat, it's actually a defensive stat, which makes actually getting it quite complicated when you're trying to roll it with the Horadric Cube. Therefore, usually recommend, like, if you want to base craft, right? If you want to craft like a chest piece up, or if you want to craft a pair of pants up, then start with something that has All Rest. probably the easier way to go. What build is this? This is called Boulder Druid. It's all about using your boulders to smash enemies into... Oh, goodness. This is the worst thingy for my Druid. We have these portals here, right? And then they spawn these ghosties, but we're a slow lumbering Druid. I mean, I have some kind of movement speed, but not to the effect of really a lot. I guess my only advantage is that my body is fat. So if I waltz through these lights, I'll activate multiple of them just simply by being a big boy. I wonder if that burning butcher gives me... No, we don't have the time to kill him. And we do good damage, don't get me wrong, right? 277 billion, finally, chat. Triple digits, okay. We did that one. Happiness. Everybody does boulder. No, actually, everybody does companions, sir. I haven't seen actually anyone do boulder yet, personally. Is Lightning not able to compete? I don't actually know how well Lightning is doing. I just never, I haven't bothered maxing yet because I just wanted to do boulder. The clawbear form to move around. I mean, the clawbear moving around definitely helps, my friend. Build us up, Ashraf. The planner's up without explanations or anything. So it's just the planner. Okay. The video is going to come tomorrow. Today I had different videos to make. Oh, material keys. Last time that gave me a unique tribute, a mythic tribute. Well, I guess I can't be lucky every time. But I'm so happy we get a Crux of the False Prophet today. From the Tree of Whispers, which is actually still fairly illegal, I feel. Okay, 45. We need to get that one leveled up. So what it was... Oh, Curious Undercity. Ooh. Just got Lightning Storm to do 50 billion. That's good to know. Always happy to hear the success of that. I didn't realize Alres was defensive. Yes, it's stupid. So when you're going to the Horadric Cube and you're putting resistance with a resistance tuning prism on your item, and that resistance is only going to be fire res, it's going to be the physical res, frost res, and so on. But if you put on a defensive stat, it could be all resistance, which also means if you're re-rolling a resistance stat, it will never re-roll into all resistance. So if you want all resistance, the easiest way is to reroll at the occultist to maybe then have your item actually get the all resistance. But that's like the big problem there, and also why starting with an item that has all resistance already is so much smarter. It's the little things. Already working on my crafting knowledge to dominate Path of Exile in a couple of weeks. Yeah, so now you know, sir. Now you know. I mean, obviously it makes no sense why it is that way, right? It just absolutely makes zero sense, and it should be communicated by Blizzard. It's the same that some of the resource stats are not resource stats, or some of the utility ones are not utility. Yes, Chris, I like the updates for PoE 2. I think it's going to be a very nice little bridge to then the first season 1 of the new Diablo, right? The standard ARPG problem, no matter how much fun you're having in the current season, You're always getting excited for the next season and what they might be cooking up, right? Like, man, this is so much fun. However, I would really like to know what's coming next season because I am a very curious gentleman. Will we ever see Diablo in D4? I reckon it will be Baal next, like you do too, and then we'll get Diablo afterwards. I mean, it would kind of like make no sense to put in Diablo first over Baal. Like I would see this as an iterative process of getting like all the greater evils and then suddenly boom, Diablo, surprise motherfucker. That's how I'm personally looking at it right now. I mean, it would feel stupid to now get Diablo and then it's like Baal after Diablo. It's kind of like that doesn't make sense, right? Do that one here. I hope we invade the heavens next. I mean, like maybe we get Inarius because the angels descended Inarius. How is the stupid angel called again that hated us? The Justice Angel. That's not Taro, the other dude. Imperius, yeah. Maybe the angels have some cooked up scheme again where they try to murder us all, and then we... When you technically get a weapon to kill all the greater evils, right? Actually now, for real, kill the greater evils. I could see a world where the angels are actually like, we want this. Give it to us. I mean, there only needs to be one angel who decides that it's better safekeeping in the hands of angels than in the hands of the Nephilim. And suddenly shit's about to hit the fan. Right? There's a Warlock unique that states hatred first, terror second, then came destruction. Yeah, but that might refer also to the first how it was. Because in Diablo 2, you fought hatred first, then you fought Diablo, and then you fought terror afterwards. Then you fought destruction afterwards. So either it's a foreshadowing, as you say, or it is a promise, or if it, like it's a recollection of history. So not sure if that is the case, because that used to be our path forward. I mean, if they're going with the old path, as you say, like, sure, we now killed Mephisto, then we should be killing Diablo, and then there should be Baal coming as well. I mean, end of the day, then why end there? You could just keep this dagger to actually destroy all demonkind. I mean, if the weapon supposedly banishes demons forever, or at least greater evils, could it also be used against lesser evils? Like, what if I poke Andario with it? What if I poke Durio with it? But then... Oh, there was a Gabi. Where's the boss? There's the boss. Oh, not a fire boss. Oh, 285 billion, ladies and gentlemen. We're slowly raising in our ranks. Putting out these nutty numbers. Okay, which class has the least boots uniques, chat? Think about it. Huh. Rogue? Let's check. There's something really practical in Mobalytics in case you didn't know this. When you go into the Mobalytics planner, okay. Let me show you quickly because this is like a very nifty feature. So when I go now on the boots here, and then I scroll down, it shows all the available uniques that the class has. So you have 1,000 steps, you have Hoof of the Mountain God, and you got the rest. Yeah, so this would be 2 for Barbarian. You said Rogue only has... Rogue has Assassin's Stride. Rogue has Beastfall Boots, actually, and Desperate March. So that's unfortunate. Druid has Beastfall, Beast. We get Greenwalker Souls, Kamsin, and Wildheart. Paladin? Paladin doesn't have boots, right? March. Paladin, Chad. That's only 5 different ones. You said Necro. Necro has a few more because Path of Tragul and Grease of the Empty Tomb. So that's kind of shit. So I guess it's Paladin. Spiritborn? Spiritborn has 6. So if you wanted to get a Flicker Step, then Paladin is the best. Sork, I think, also has too many. Sork has 6 as well. Yeah. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gambling the system. Pants with 3 greater affixes. Showed as triple, but it's actually a single. That's a helmet. Damn, that's a good helmet. That's a good helmet. The problem is that often the helmet slots are just taken for something completely different, right? I mean, currently, I'd like to really get the... I have another 3 Mythic unique caches, FY, right? But I don't have the money because I'm down to 243. I'm a bit of a poor sod here right now. Sorry. Is bad. Charms, no. I'm trying to always get keys. I'm not sure like what you're looking for, but keys is like my main want. Grand amount of Opticide. I might as well shoot myself. I know, harsh, chat, but I might as well shoot myself before I go for a grand amount of Opticide, right? Okay, did I take all the resistance thingies? Because I feel like I am lacking here. I need to take this armor and I need to take this resistance. That'd be like currently what enables me the most. Also, you know what we need? We need a diamond reserve, chat. Gold reserve, equipment delve, dungeon delve. Yeah, skull reserve, skull, gem. I mean, gem reserve, good. Vile Splendor, good. Vile Splendor's a lot of money. Gold reserve. Ah, there's another gem reserve. The good ones. Money just flows, dude. It goes back. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down. And if I want to farm money, I can farm money. So generally speaking, guys, if you have dungeons with the gold reserve affix, in Torment 12, it's like 15 million per chest. So in like one dungeon, you can already have quite some easy money together. Heart of Stone. If they ever remove this stone from the game, by the way, I'm going to be absolutely sad because it's kind of like for me personally, this has been one of the best additions so far. Adding that stone. Is there a build with the Shattered Vow Mythic? Haven't seen one yet. I'm not sure if there's finally a Barbarian that actually works with the Shattered Vow. But it somehow seems like an item that was added just to be added. You know? To dilute the Mythic pool or whatsoever. Barb or Paladin? Definitely Barb over Paladin. And I can give you a very simple reason. The best Paladin build right now is terrible. There is Wingstrike Paladin, which is not the worst, but the #1 Paladin build right now is a basic attack, auto attack Paladin that uses not a single movement skill, that is absolutely unexciting. You pretty much just hold down basic attack and walk forward. No finesse, nothing. Just get as many resolve stacks as possible and do insane damage. Now, on the other hand, that build is also extremely easy to scale because you essentially need the Shard of Varathiel, and as soon as you have the Shard of Varathiel, you're just scaling super simple. Okay, chat, we're doing consistently hundreds of billions of damage now with our Heart of Stone, Old Mountain stuff. So we upgraded from double-digit billions to triple-digit billions. I mean, we've seen 227, 270 something already. It's good to see. So progress has been there. Okay, let's see what we can get. Numbers go, Baroom. 155, come on, bigger, bigger, bigger. I think half of my stones actually went up in the wall, so I couldn't do the maximum damage. Ah, shit, we gotta start using our obolds, Chan. I'm wasting obolds. Okay, which one do we level up first? I guess Spirit here and Tectonic are the ones that we need to get up. Because Spirit is actually giving us critical strike bonus, right? So that's like a fixed nice multiplier. What does the stone do while carrying it? The enemies drop these bonus orbs. The progression orbs drop, making it faster for you to zoom through. I kind of want this one to get the... Thank you, greater affix. And then I want to re-roll the greater affix to physical damage multiplier, for example. Then I want to take this and transfigure it. But obviously with a safe outcome because I'm a scared pussy. Life on hit. I hate it. I hate it here. I truly hate it. I'm not placed at all. The slightest. Oh, we have to kill Endariel. That's perfect. On Torment 11, let's see how much damage we can deal. Is there a planner for the Boulder Druid in the description of the YouTube video? Yes, sir. You get the planner. Keep in mind, planner with no explanations, nothing. Also, optimal planner. So there's no leveling build. There's nothing that tells you why what is done. There will be an updated version of this coming, like tomorrow, with the actual Talky Talk build guide then. I can't believe how bad they knew at the Paladin. I mean, there are more Torment 12 Paladins, but there's definitely not enough to say, like, the Paladin is really, like, fun and exciting to play, I gotta say. I mean, they had to do something about Paladin. Let's... Oh, 208 billion, chat. I love to see this. 200 billion again. Come on, one more. One more. You can do this. Ah, very welcome. Very welcome. Alright, she literally got pooped on. First time we're not getting Belial. Feels like Scam Man. Where the hell do we do Echoing Hatred? I see the season mission, but no indication where to do it. First, Echoing Hatred fragment has to drop. Mine dropped in the Undercity. And then you can actually walk up to the Echoing Hatred portal here and start the Echoing Hatred. Now, I personally have not been to the Echoing Hatred. Yes, you heard right. I have not been. I have it opened. I just hadn't, like... had the inclination, the will, the everything to go there yet. Okay, how do I get a Flicker Step most likely? And do I want to get a Flicker Step most likely, or do I want to go for other stuff? That is here the big question. I mean, Flicker Step is kind of needed if you want to play thingies. I guess I could just gamble two-handed weapons and hope I get something amazing out of it. That attack speed on my amulet, I could re-roll into an actual different multiplier. For now. If I get one with a greater affix to a multiplier and a greater affix to weapon damage, that could always be nice. You never know until you know, right? Let's do a Torment 12 just to unlock Torment 12. Echoing Hatred is definitely a good source for the mythical seals. As far as I also understood it, Echoing Hatred is shared between the players. So if you do your Echoing Hatred together with others, everyone gets the rewards. Okay, chat, there was just another 100 billion explosion. So even now, randomly hitting these dudes gets us the big ones. But obviously, 200 billion is not enough. We now need to 5 times that damage before we're happy. Now, one thing that's interesting, though, is if I would play Grizzly Rage, then a 200 billion hit would instantly be a 600 billion hit. And this looks like a rather quick 100 clear. Didn't expect it to be this smooth already. I mean, like this, we're just going to be able to level up our glyphs in no time. Yeah, I was not expecting to get my glyphs all the way up to 100 today, but this does look like it. So we're actually going to fight Uber Mephisto. That's for sure. Today. The damage is nasty. Well, the best part about the damage is that it's like shared between. So what happens is that you petrify your opponents with your set. And if you petrify opponents with your set, they will take bonus damage. And if they reach a certain threshold, they'll just explode outwards. So you're not just petrifying these, right? You're then just echoing it outwards to the actual guy and everyone around for quite... Oh god, I keep running into this one here. For quite some nifty bonus damage. So that's actually plenty cool in the setup phase, how the build actually works. But we still have to like make our resistances better because we have like 22,000 life. That's not a lot. Our biggest problem is that we're right now resolve stacking, and technically that makes us tankier. Practically it doesn't. So it's a big technically on the tankiness department, right? So we have to look a bit more in that direction. But we should be able to overcome that in no time. I mean, we can always play the... We can always swap our... Jesus. Stop bumping me. We can always swap our bonus critical strike chance for more defense. I mean, obviously, I want to have as much crit as possible. I know you're not seeing the crits, guys, but pretty much all my boulder hits are crits. And since my crit damage is doubled, it makes sense to have all my boulder hits be crits. Right, for this build, you need an as high crit chance as possible. I really don't know what killed me. My amulet shouldn't have only multipliers. There should always be some multiplier willpower. Your main stat is all damage multiplier. So you should certainly not ignore your main stat as a source of actual damage, because it is an all stat damage multiplier. It's always been that way. So your main set does one thing, like willpower gives you more resource generation, strength gives you more armor, intelligence gives you more resistances, that kind of stuff. But then your main set is pretty much all damage multiplier. You can see that also in the stat sheet. Don't just ignore your main stat completely, especially since you also need your main stat for your Paragon board to then unlock the respective nodes, right? Okay, let's see, Mr. Pit 100 boss, how sturdy you are. 115 million, 278 billion, sorry, not million. Oh, wow. He actually poison pooped me. I don't like that. Int gives a lot of resistances for Necro, for example. I mean, Int is the reason why Necro can run around like he runs around. Okay, Priestess of Rot. So how do we prevent her from killing us with poison? I mean, I guess by not standing AFK around and just eating her poison. But then again, kind of don't want to like start moving. I guess ignore her poison blips, or at least avoid them cautionary. Survive that. I'll make sure that we're not walking into these poison blips, right? Ta-da. We're good to go. So that's our first Pit 100 clear, ladies and gentlemen, with this build. Spirit all the way up to 81. This is a good one. I mean, seriously. Oh, so Balthazar, if your war plan says you're getting a lot of tributes from the Undercity, or if your war plan says Opticide or whatever, you're not overriding that with a tribute. No. The tribute that you're putting in is bonus. Bonus. That is a perfect rolled Purified Lightbringer with a critical strike damage multiplier. The only shit part is resource cost reduction. But hot damn, who would have guessed? Okay, we get the damage reduction here. We get the resolve stacks there. You know what? I'm going to reroll 5 of my resolve stats into probably max life, I guess. Right? I mean, we might. So currently our Fractured Runestone gives us 100% more critical strike damage, right? What I wonder is if the other ring isn't better, because you have the ring. It's called. Where does it drop? There's another ring. Called Might of the Urzin. It's come from the Harbinger of Hatred. Let's actually go there and clap his cheeks, because the Might of the Urzin gives us more damage per maximum resolve stack. Could that be better? I mean, I have 23 resolve stacks, so with Might of the Urzin, I would get a little bit more damage. Allegedly. Especially if I max roll these resolve stacks, we're sitting like at 300% bonus damage. I mean, this one is the easy choice because it's just like making sure that I get my overpower stack. But to be honest, with this spam I do, I get my overpower stacks anyways. Right? It's not that I'm not just activating the Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That Harbinger of Hatred just vanished, Chad. He's pooped. He got pooped on. And we can start doing him at Torment 11, I guess. Oh, Jesus. Let's get an absolute useless Melted Heart of Selig. Should we, Chad? Should we? I mean, here's the ring. Might of the Urzin. It max rolled, so that's good. What are you using as unique charm? T-Bolt's Will. Now the question obviously is, should we use T-Bolts or should we use Might of the Urzin then as a charm? Like I love T-Bolts because T-Bolts, not T-Bolts. I love the Beneficialist Talisman because it's per overpower stack, damage per overpower stack. I get more overpower stacks, and I can then temper the damage per overpower stack because it's one of the strongest additive bonuses. Okay, and if I can temper damage per overpower stack for one of the strongest bonuses, like it's better than the Fractured Runestone, you know. So yeah. It's hard to say no to that, if that makes sense. Let's start gathering these rings. Put that one away as well. This is my second Melted Heart of Selig, so that can go to hell, to be honest. Oh no, I need to teleport out. Urzin would be much more damage. No, Urzin would be much more damage than the Beneficialist Talisman, but the Fractured Runestone wouldn't be more damage than the Beneficialist Talisman. So I still feel like the Beneficialist Talisman to have would then be better. Werewolf's Guild, shapeshifting. Unless it's +3, we don't want it. Hesed. +1, Might of the Den Mother. I mean, I do actually have a Song of the Old Mountain with Fist and Crit Damage Plus, which is still insane that I just picked that up. It's plenty illegal, I'm gonna be honest. Crown of Lucian. Huh. Huh. You really have to pay for the drop on Twitch. Well, there's one drop that is a supporter creator thingy. So if you want it, you would have to pay, yes sir. But you don't have to have it. Okay, I have Might of the Urzin on now. Oh, 400 billion shot. So we upgraded from 200 billion to 400 billion, I guess. Just by equipping Might of the Urzin. By the way, I think it's Urzin, right? Urzin? 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 Five more layer keys. There was strike damage multiplier on a... Oh, it's on a staff. Oh. I wonder if a weapon with a critical strike damage multiplier is better than one with weapon damage. Right? On a greater affix weapon damage. Vuln damage, max life. That one has... I mean, I'm going to keep all these rings. I'm going to upcycle them in the long run, probably. Okay. What we have to do now is we have to temper until we get the maximum resolve stacks, huh? I mean, how high can that go? 7, yeah. I mean, considering that every resolve stack is bonus damage, that's 7 too. Screw me sideways. That one can't get better resolve stacks. And then preferable, I would move the greater affix until it hits the resolve stacks, right? And now we're going to transfigure that thing. So it's maximum upgraded. It has the things in. Now we're going to transfigure it and hope that we get bonus quality of 10. Yes! That's a crazy damage ramp. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. It's going to be somewhat illegal. The scary increase in power, ladies and gentlemen, for my opponents. So that was a 400 billion hit. But how much further do we go now? Okay, let's turn on our crits now, together with the white damage. It's going to be like an absolute clusterfuck of numbers, but I just want to see how high my crits go. By the way, the white damage is higher than the crits because the white damage is accumulation damage, while the crits are only the actual base crits, right? So by the way, this is now like, okay, billion of damage boulders. That's exactly what 5 billion damage boulder. So every yellow damage hit that you see is a normal boulder. It's no like high stacking thingy. So my boulders are now doing billions of damage, just like that. It's good to know. Yeah, I guess I gotta move one Torment tier higher. Chan. I guess I gotta move one Torment tier higher now. Because shit just hit the fan. I have 5 boulders rotating around me. Every boulder doing 1 to 5 billion damage per hit. Right? Oh, that was a 13 billion damage boulder as well. So that's also possible. So that was my standard boulder, right? And now if you consider that we would play Grizzly Rage over Cataclysm, we would actually get another 200% damage bonus, right? Keep that in mind. Bretnia, you have access to cows? No, I don't. I did not bother in the slightest to get access. So I can actually not moo at you. I really didn't. I'm not sure if I will, to be fair. I should probably, but I just can't be asked. In case you want to enter the cow level chat, there's tons of videos out there about like the exact stats, how to get. It's not complicated. The fun part is once you have entered the cow level, you can pretty much moo at people in town and they'll get access to the cow level as well. We're still not as tanky as I wanted it to be because we just got... So we're up to 32 resolve stacks, chat. What is 32 times 13? Something. Something, chat. And that's still not max, right? I guess we can go for like 40 stacks roughly. It's kind of nutty when you think about it. Okay, this answers my question though. How am I supposed to actually scale into the trillions, right? So our goal would be now doing triple-digit billion boulders, right? Because we have double-digit billion boulders. My normal boulders can hit up to like 20 billion. I've seen it. If everything is stacking the way it should be stacking. And then on top of my boulders being able to actually get all the way, we also now need then the... to go up to the triple digit billions, and then we can have like trillions of damage easy. Easy, Chad. I made Pulverized Druid every season. Me 3. It's urban. I start with Pulverized Druid, and then I kind of go over to Boulder. But this time around, Boulder just offered itself up because Boulder just really didn't need anything to make it work, right? It just needed to, you just needed to exist. It's like, you exist, Boulder. Oh, a Baneful Heart? Don't mind if I do. Hey, there's stones around you. That is a specialization of the Boulder. So the Boulder here just has... Boulder is now a core skill, and 5 boulders orbit around you. So as long as I have resource to actually cast Boulder, we're good. The interesting part is I don't also need to spam Boulder, really. Because if I go casually like this, right, with full resource, I'll always have 5 boulders rotating around me. And 5 boulders is pinnacle peak damage. There's nothing that can keep me away from pinnacle peak damage, so we're kind of good. Boulder are pretty tanky. I mean, considering that I don't actually have many defensive stats yet, we're sitting at 30,000 armor, together with like 4,500 resistances. Now this is without royal gems, so I do not have royal diamonds in my actual rings, so I could get more there. And I don't even have like the grand ones, so there is more resistance to come from that. That should actually take care of most of my problems. What I definitely desperately need now is money. Oh, you mean the rune stones? Sorry, now I get what you're saying. You don't mean the boulders, you mean the rune stones. The rune stones are from the Kui rune. So you got here the Kui rune that says summon the Druid's Bulwark. The Druid's Bulwark is a skill from the Druid that everyone can have to get you barrier. That's what these stones are. Sorry, misunderstood you the first time. Please don't beat, please beat me, but the kinky way. Thank you. It's a rune combo. You can either go for Nagu, you could go for Sur, you can go for Igni together with Kui, but you need runes. Generally speaking, almost every build of mine plays that rune combo because getting barrier for free is amazing. Thing is that this build doesn't actually play it for the barrier. I'm currently playing it because I need to become unstoppable. And since I'm a druid, my Bulwark cast makes me unstoppable. And that's really important for the way how this build plays. Okay, let's turn off our actual crits again because we just saw the crits for normal billions. But we now get to see our white damage, how high it can go. So the highest we've seen now was 396 billion, chat, but I think my enemies just don't have enough HP to actually multiply high enough. So let's see where this is going right now. And then we're going to start using Grizzly Rage in a bit, even though I'm not a fan right now of like being able to actually use it. I'm going to swap over to Torment 11. To these enemies, 309 billion, they don't have the amount of HP required to really have my ramping effect come into full effect. Would you keep playing on normal till you get 70? Yes. I do that on all my chars. On the Druid, I actually went over to hard around level 30, but it didn't really make me much faster. because it slowed me down on the boss fights. And it definitely did make it more tedious, and I don't like more tedious. Okay, I guess if I get my other resolve stacks tinkered over, we should be good, right? There's no more rune that gives resource, sadly not. That one they got rid of, which is kind of not my favorite part, because I love the act of like fixing some resource issues over runes. I think that was cool gameplay wise. I mean, as an option. Okay, let's see what we can do against this man. $377 billion. Oh, what was that? A high billion? I didn't see it. Shit. Ah, trillion! Ladies and gentlemen, the first. Our golds are goaling. The first official trillion on this build. And we're not even fully round, right? Okay, so we need to get this ring in Ancestral, that's for sure. So we gotta kill the Harbinger of Hatred a few more times until we finally have that in Ancestral. Kind of worth. Oh, I got Royal finally to mess with. Thank you. Oh, Tarot, thank you very much. Preferably, I would get some Nightmare Dungeons now. It would actually be good. Those are jewels. I don't like that. XP, salvage. Keys. This one is so important. So we're going to do Nightmare, Boss, Key. Key can give you so many absolutely stinking OP things. Okay, we're going to take my amulet now. And I'm going to Masterwork resolve onto this one as well. It actually did have critical strike damage, but considering that resolve gives me 70% bonus damage, I guess it's a no-brainer trying to hit that resolve, right? Yeah, maximum resolve stacks. Now I'd only have to move out and about the... Okay, let's try to hit the resolve here. Yes! Chat, maximum stacks of resolve 12. Okay, I'd say we're going to also transfigure this one. And we got resistance to all elements. Yabba dabba doo. That is so perfect. Chat, look at that transfiguring. Hey, yum. Love to see it. Very happy with it. Okay, you know what? Oh no, is this my broken amulet? Shit, I think this is the broken amulet that can't get the Kilgurin, that can't get the Kalian tuning prism. Yeah. Oh no, I can't play this one in the long run because I cannot put aspects on that anymore. It broke actually. Ah, that's bitter. I broke it. It's actually bad. I don't like that. It broke, unfortunately. Gold reserve. Let's try to get some money, but shit, I should have swapped to Torment first. Does it stay open when I go higher Torment tier? This is my Nightmare Dungeon ride. Skull. Gold reserve. Which boss drops T-Bolt's Will? None. T-Bolt's Will is a unique that can drop anywhere at any given point. Which is one of the existing problems, like these all uniques, that they could just... See, that was now a couple of million, chat. So we're sitting at 160 million. Let's see how much higher we can be at the end of the dungeon, okay? Chat? Let me through! Chat, what Torment legendaries drop more frequently? 6. Torment 6 is usually the one where it starts feeling like you're actually seeing a meaningful amount of legendaries. Gotta open all the heraldry chests or satellite. See, that's 185 million. It would be so much more if this was Torment 12 already. But I gotta take what I can right now. We're not ready for Torment 12 with this build. At least 15 million already to have or not to have. I mean, considering that 15 million are only 2 clicks of my reroll, it's not really a lot. But those 12 stacks of resolve bonus, I mean, we're sitting at 44 stacks of resolve, chat. 44. 44 times 13 is the bonus damage that we're getting. That's a little silly, silly, silly. And definitely a nice damage scaling. Aren't there any more chests? Oh, there are. See? I'm not blind. Can you believe that I was always so impatient that I just ran away from that little bridge and had to like do the whole rotation again through the area? Okay, we're at 199, so at least 40 million from this dungeon, chat. I guess there are worse things than getting 40 million from a dungeon. And we're not done yet. So why is there a Scourge of the Land coming out? What is this? What was this event? Wait, no, that was the boss. Was that the dungeon boss? Really? Wait, but why was the dungeon boss in an event? Wait, hold on. But why? Why was the... Huh? Wait, no. Huh? What's the Scorcher's Line doing here? Huh? Chat? Care to explain? Yeah, this is where the boss is supposed to come. Well, okay. I guess that's that. Okay, that was 60 million gold. Let's try a Vile Splendor in comparison, because we also have a Vile Splendor dungeon. Vile Splendor has these minions that drop bonus money. There is a legendary seal giving you 900% gold drop rate. Yeah, I have never gotten that. It's on door. I know it exists, don't get me wrong. I know it does. Never getting it. I guess it's one of the things that you should really be farming for. But then again, just can't be asked. And I gotta do Nightmare Dungeons anyway, so getting some gold together is fine. We're getting by. And try making one, give it to you. I appreciate the effort, but I'll have to decline happily. As if I can't make it myself, I don't deserve it. You know how it is. I need your reaction from the new season of PoE 2. It's pretty rad, Timo. Honestly, there was so much in that video that I can't even make a video. Like, I literally sat there this morning. I made my Diablo video, and I was like, how am I even going to attempt making that PoE 2 video? There is so much in that one stream that you literally have to make like an hour-long react video instead of trying to wrap together the information. That's like how vast and detailed the whole shit was. All right, quite harsh to wrap something together when just every minute matters, kind of. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, that Biosplendor dungeon was kind of disappointing. It's only 20 million gold. Hello, Mr. Hoogladge. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Sorry. Didn't mean to ignore you, brother man. Are we gonna boss layer bonus? Are we gonna do boss layer bonus? We could do nemesis layers, but you know what? We're just gonna juice their power. It's gonna be interesting. Okay, now I need to go for the broiler on Torment 11. Do you know how annoying the broiler is to kill on Torment 11? I mean, that thing has like a gazillion HP. Might be 2 gazillion, to be honest. Maybe 3. Too many good things, I can barely remember them all. Exactly, zombie. The best thing you could probably do is just like wrap it together step by step, because otherwise you're just going to miss something. Is it still bugged multiplayer? For what? Against him, probably Grizzly Rage would help. 460 billion, chat. Okay. 1 trillion. Butcher has the highest HP of all the bosses. Next to Mephisto, he's just overtuned, undertuned, everything tuned. Over, under, left, right, center. I mean, at least we're putting out the damage, so I like that. But he's truly like an absolute obscenity in what he does. Okay, 1 trillion seems to currently be the high score, chat. I mean, let's not forget, you see that trillion damage every now and then pop up, right? But you don't see all the hundreds of billions that are hitting him per second from my stuff. Okay, we're not going to do him on Torment 12 because that's just going to take too long. But let's go to the Harbingers and see if... Oh, no, actually, we can't do Harbinger. We need to kill Hangmans to get ourselves a helmet. Because I still need to get a greater affixed... Godslayer Crown. Which I think is from Ontario, right? Oh, that's just Torment 11, sir. But it's the Broiler. And the Broiler has a legal amount of HP. In case you don't know that. Is there any good build for free to play? I didn't bother trying to find out, brother. I'm sorry. I highly recommend buying the expansion if you have the possibility to. Yeah, let's see how long she lasts. Like, look at her HP now. So same Torment 11 boss, right? But instead of the Broiler, it's just Endariel. But she's also a greater layer boss like the Broiler, with the difference that she just falls over. Right? I mean, we just pooped on her, chat. Like, literally just pooped on her. This was the poopening. Never had a chance to begin with. Ooh, nice. Damn, he just got had, Chad. He just got had. Okay, we get a helm that is at least not better than what I have, which is sad. Nothing too exciting. I have a bunch of green walkers sign it. The butchers and the broiler slayer. Can you skip the new campaign if you buy the expansion? No, you gotta beat the campaign at least one single time. Okay, now what's the difference? Okay, chat, that was the Torment 11 Butcher. Now let's go to Torment 10 just to show you like the vast difference between the Torment 10 and the Torment 11 Butcher, because it's just obnoxious, right? Have you tried the cataclysms that make your twister circle you, or is it not good? I have not tried it. So far, I've only done one build on Druid, aka this one. I mean, we've done 3 to 4 Warlock builds, 1 Necro build, and now we're here sitting at the Druid build. So there's only that much I can do, you know? Only one man, after all. So now look at his HP in comparison to what we had before. So we're gonna hit him for the big hits, and he actually like look at that. Just the Torment 11 scaling. Something is off about this guy, and I won't be convinced different, because now he's taking the trillions and he's actually budging, right? He's finally actually taking something. He's keeling over, but before, no movement to his existing HP, right? Helltide, Helltide. How long is the Helltide? What lock spec did you like the most? It was very close between Lunatic, Warlock, and the Tyranny's Grasp Warlock. Both are an absolute joy to play. Ah shit, now I'm in Torment 10. Wait, let me swap that over to Torment 11 now, so we can do the proper Torment 11 in the open world. Sir, I'm just trying to teleport out. Please stop jumping into me. We're going to be throwing hands. Right?
Back to it then.
He's a higher tier Torment than whatever you play. But he's not only a higher tier Torment than whatever you play. He's just higher in whatever regard. That man's an absolute menace. Oh, bunch of rats. Bunch of rats. So the problem is, in order to really take this build now to the pinnacle, I need a... I need a flicker stab with attacks, evade, cooldown, reduction. That's what's required to really boost my build further. I'm standing in the middle, spamming my right mouse key, not moving a single millimeter, because that's how I enjoy my gameplay. Also, the main reason why you have to play the Godslayer crown, chat. We tried Mephisto on this Druid. I mean, Torment 10 Mephisto is going to get pooped on, but I still want to scale this a bit further before I even do Torment 10 Mephisto. But Torment 12 Mephisto, not possible yet, obviously. But yeah, Torment 10 Mephisto would definitely get pooped on. Undeniably pooped on. Oh my lord! That fire shouldn't have killed me. And we could do good regular trillions of damage, so that's like self-explanatory. And what we're able to do. And then we're going to be probably trying to kick out... We're probably going to try to kick Mephisto at the end of the stream later. Not there yet. Oh, this character... can't actually do the Undercity yet because I don't have the gutter fill. And without the gutter fill, we can't be doing the mythical tribute. That's a good pointer, Mr. Ponyhoff. Because if we don't have the tribute... You need attacks evade cooldown, but you need that on a flicker step. Or we're just never getting flicker steps, right? Okay, keys. Anything special? Torment 1112 is for the Fools and the Paragon. I mean, Torment 1112 is just ego padding at this point. There's no real gameplay reasons to do so, because the drops are not rising to a point where it in any way would make sense to say, hey, I want to play Torment 12. Torment 10 is meant as the hard cutoff kind of thing, right? Where it makes sense to play. So Torment 10 is for everyone, and Torment 11 and 12 is just for people who want to grind 300 Paragon. That's pretty much how you can look at it. Makes the most sense. So it would have been absolutely horrible if it was a Torment 12 Mythic tribute. What are you using in your 6th Talisman slot? The Banished Lord's Talisman currently for overpower stacking shenanigans. Because it's a lot of damage. Is the armory still not working for Druid? I haven't tried, sir. And I have one Druid build, so I don't know. Haven't tried to make a second one yet. Sir, this is Boulder Druid. Pretty much the evolution of everything we have been doing before this season. The gambler drops. No, the gambler is not scaling. Actually, no. Sorry, that's not true. The gambler is very minuscule scaling, but they're thinking about removing that one. Actually, to really have this hard Torment 10 cutoff of just pretty much only having XP and gold scale with Torment 12 for the super grinders, right? But the reward scaling would actually be cut off. And I think that's fine. I mean, as someone who actually likes to grind as well, I think it's fine to say still Torment 10 is the hard cutoff. And like going higher is just XP padding and ego padding. Because even if the XP is better, if you on Torment 10 can do things like twice as fast, then it might still be worth it to just be Torment 10, right? Okay, goal is now... Oops, there was a goblin. Goal is now double-digit trillions, chat. So we have single-digit trillions. But obviously I'd like to have double-digit trillions.
I wonder, are your fangs as sharp as mine? I was created.
For Mephisto's deep and still mythic. I've heard of people with 20 Mephisto's deep and still no mythic, my friend. So don't worry. You're not the only one.
PP to break another's work.
Okay, show me the rewards, Taro. Just some random rare keys, Chad. Sadness. I thought we would get something good. I mean, greater layer key bosses, key boss layers, layer keys is always good.
That's it for that piece.
It's my Warlock 1. Ignore my Warlock 1 being here.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
You get 2 mythic seals on your first character. I mean, like, having 2 mythic seals, you just swap them around. I have this Banished Source Talisman, but it's 2 to Hellfire skills. I yet still use it on every single build, right? There's keys again, but it's a blue keys. That's kind of like a silly, right? Okay, let's see. We get the 12 max resolve here. We get the 12 max resolve there. We get the 5 max resolve here, and we need this as a greater affix because that's where a lot of our damage is missing. We need to get a better amulet, or we need to create a better amulet because my current one cannot get legendary enchanted anymore, which is actually a real bummer. So I need to make one that has all the cool damage multipliers on it. But I currently don't have a single one to fuck around with, sadly. Which means my goal is to just roll amulets now and hope that we get one. Oh, holy moly, that's not even good. I mean, like, I can remove the life on hit and the poison resistance, and even if I did so, it would still not be good. Which has me frustrated beyond belief, right? Even if all of that would get removed, it would still not be good. Okay. How much? How long is it? 8 minutes? Do it. Even in tier 12, our mythic luck is horrible. Wasn't sure if there was a difference in loot luck with tier 10 and 12. There isn't. There isn't. I mean, the best way to get mythics is get a mythic tribute somehow. I mean, end of the day, you should at some point have 5 legendary tributes of armaments, right? I mean, also the seasonal journey provides a lot of the resplendent sparks, right? So you should technically be having enough mythics at any given point. Okay, that thingy killed me again. Even though I have the resistances to not have this happen. So the only downside we currently have is our movement speed, chat. Okay. I don't feel like that should kill me. But maybe I'm wrong and it should. But it shouldn't.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
It's like lightning. Lightning is annoying. Don't stand in fire. Literally, sir, I cannot be stopped. You cannot force me to not stand in fire. I wonder if we kind of want to remove the Nagu rune and replace it through an Igni to actually trigger the bulwark more often. That could be a thing for better defenses. Technically. Oh, hellfire. See, like here in this situation, I can stand in the fire and we're good. Is all damage much better than physical damage for Barb? It depends on. I actually don't play well when Barb, so I don't know how much physical damage you're doing. But all damage is usually the better multiplier, yes. And that being said, if I'm not mistaken, all damage gets actually put in the same additive pool as fizz damage. And all the other elemental damages. But I'm not 100% certain if I have that correct right now. If I'm not like truly completely off. Yeah, I think the whole all damage and that kind of stuff, they all get put together. Like, so vulnerable damage is obviously their own bucket of damage. Then you got the crit damage, right? Own bucket of damage that is multiplicative with the other buckets. Then you have the vuln crit. Then you have the all damage bucket. If I'm not mistaken, the all damage bucket and the elemental bucket are the same. No, don't nail me down on that. Same with the build. This is a boulder druid because it is using boulders to rotate around you and slam enemies into smithereens. It is quite powerful, quite fun to play, and very simple to actually put together. So if you decide to play this, you should be able to get this rather easy and fast running. Doesn't require much. The only problem, quotation mark, we have right now would be the movement speed, because you pretty much do not have a travel skill. I mean, welcome to Druid. And we require like our walking around to make us as fast as possible. I mean, here with my Warlock, I would just jump over the wall to get to this box, and with a Druid, you're just gonna go for a good old-fashioned stroll around things. Called the blender. I always called it the meat grinder. It felt so accurate. To turn yourself essentially into a meat grinder. Oh, look, it's the Helltide Assassin, chat. Pop, 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 pop. 866 billion, and the Helltide Assassin is just gone. Pulverschnee. Good. Called the Earth Splendor? Yes. Chaos, thank you for the 99 months of support. Chaos, good to see you there. It also, greetings. Chaos, thank you for the belated happy birthday. Okay, we got the Undercity, and now this is the Portal Pranksters. Portal Pranksters are incredibly important, so you can get more mythics, right? So you get the Portal Pranksters, and then you usually want to have the Trials and Tributes as well for another Tribute chest bonus. But the Portal Pranksters in itself is already what you need to kind of like activate these Tributes. And by the way, I got 2 more Tributes today, guys, and we got 1 Crux of the False Prophet. So we're definitely going to try to kill the False Prophet today. But here comes my question now. What item are we going to go for? Still trying to get the Godslayer crown, chat? Because if I get the Godslayer crown, we can temper the 12 thingies on it. Okay, Godslayer was from Andariel, right? Yabba dabba 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 dibba dabba doo. Oh, how did the testing go with her daughter? Well, she has no physical or mental issues, so she's ready for school. Everything went well. Oh, später erinnern. And that's goodbye, Mr. Belial. I guess I could already kill Torment 12 Belial, chat. I mean, after seeing this, I guess I could kill Torment 12 Belial. Dariel. Helm, Ancestral, yes. I don't actually care if the Helm has a good roll, right? So I just want the Ancestral... Wait, did I not read? Oh, it's just a normal Ancestral Helm. Wow. I get scammed, chat. That wasn't actually a Godslayer crown. I got tricked. I got tricked. Is he German or Austrian? I am a little German, sir. Austrians do have a different accent when speaking English. Then again, I don't also have the German accent, so make out of that what you want, you fool! Just saying. And I'm gonna get burned by her fire, but I just want to stay AFK on her and just kill her. Oh, since when can you dodge through that? Because last times I dodged through that, I always died to the fire, like, touching me. Did they change that? That you can dodge through it now? It was always such an awkward situation because you had to, like, kind of run with it. 17 ranks of Ariana. 11 ranks of Rahir. Helmet. Helmet is greater affix, please. I don't need all these tiny things. I just need a greater affix helmet. Is that so much to ask for, chat? So much to truly ask for. How am I otherwise going to get my resolve stacks? I need my resolve stacks, ladies and gentlemen. We got 44 of them right now, but 44 resolve stacks is not enough. Especially not if we can have over 50. Okay? Come on, next trigger. Next petrify trigger. How many Lear keys do I have? 4. Helmet. 1 helm with a greater affix, but I could be getting robbed again, Chan. You know? Oh, no, there we go. Spirit regeneration. I mean, not the hottest shit on the market, but it is better than my cooldown reduction, demonology, whatever, right? I mean, it's hard to be worse than that. A 4G item can technically drop wherever, but the higher torment tier you are, the likelier the other things are dropping.
Pity to break another's work.
Okay, so tempering, defensive, maximum resolve stacks. Now the maximum resolve stacks can also maximum roll, so we can get them up to 7. Seven, 5, by the way, not 7. Then we can roll this one. Thank you for the 12 resolve stacks right away. And we can now recycle the unique power reroll to try to get this up to 40. Okay, I rerolled the power lower. Thank you, 40. And then we can transfigure it, right? Boom. And we added maximum life. Nice. That's good. Okay, we're now officially sitting at pit 105. Let's do that. Thank you, Mike. Sockets? Yeah, I forgot the sockets. Thank you for reminding me. We're still not playing the maximum damage version of this, by the way. So just so you know, we're doing a lot of damage, but it's still not the maximum damage version, right? There's still more that can be done. Okay, that is officially 51 resolve stacks. So we're getting 51 times 13 more damage, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that's okay with you. I hope you don't have any complaints about that. I mean, so far, I reckon we could zoom all the way up to pit 115 already. We'll have to see how that boss fight goes. I mean, the highest boulder finisher, I'm not actually sure where the highest boulder finisher is sitting. I think Druid itself is around 130 right now with Animal Druid. I think the highest boulder finish is sitting at 120 right now. So when you transfigure, it doesn't change the stats. When you transfigure it, there's multiple things that can happen. You could, for example, get another 10% quality. I think one of the affixes could get juiced. But a random new affix could be added, right? There are also negative outcomes, but I pretty much always transfigure it with that one cube that removes all the negative outcomes, because I personally don't even remotely want to have like one negative outcome, because I'm a terrible person and I know a negative outcome would give me a bad mood. So I'm not even interested in risking one single negative outcome. Are you still going to change to Grizzly Rage? Yes, Hayden, but I really need the flicker step for it, and this is like the biggest problem. So in order to get that, I truly have to now farm for a, like, if I really want to use the flicker step, and if I really want to use the Grizzly Rage, I would have to farm for a flicker step with the attack evade cooldown reduction, and that's almost impossible to get, right? And not only that, it also needs to have a 4-second cooldown. Oh, they have fire and lightning. They have fire and double lightning. Is this the poison? No, this is the Spear Maiden. Okay, let's see how much damage we're actually dealing in Rosasaur. Okay, 343 billion. Here are the trillions. Do it. 900. 600. 2 more. Okay, that's quick. Yes, we still got plenty more glyphs to upgrade, Chad. +2, +2, +2, +2, +2, +2. And back here is actually +3. Good. I'm using the entropic prism on my items because I really don't want to have the bad outcomes ever. Okay, another pit. Pit 110 should probably be in, but it makes no sense. So we're going to finish like pit 103 more. So I use the... Use this, the entropic, to not get like terrible outcomes. So for example, we have this one here with the all damage multiplier and the fortify and so on. So this one's also maxed out. I would now go just for the entropic tuning prism because I wouldn't want to risk like any terrible outcome. So I get now life on hit. That's horrible. So this is an absolute dud weapon now that I don't even want to talk about. By the way, these boots are required so I can move properly. I'm not sure if we need the aspect of the Urzen Horror. With the spam that we're dealing, we could actually try that out to remove. I mean, I do have a flicker step, but it's a terrible flicker step, so I can go for this. We get here a flicker step with evade cooldown reduction, and that's that. But the problem is that flicker step doesn't even have movement speed. So I would need a movement speed flicker step, preferable. And when we could just, for the sake of it, just like remove this. So what you can go for is you can go for the bear, right? Grizzly Rage here. And it has a 102 second cooldown. We can reduce the cooldown by 20 to 85. Then you could also say Grizzly Rage, Fortify when cast. I guess. And you're going to go for Grizzly Rage, gives you 200% more damage. So technically this is only up for 30 seconds and then it's not up for a bit. But it would allow you to pretty much just get top end damage. I learned everything about the cube from you. Well, thank you. So we're going to now bring this up, then start hitting enemies, and we build up this 200% bonus damage. Right? You can see the counter actually go around, and we'll do even more damage than we've ever done before. However, we only do this for the time, and then there's a very long time where we don't do shit. But at least the cooldown starts again while it's running. So now see, there's nothing we can do. And this is why you have the flicker step, that while it's running, you would flicker through the opponents to then essentially have like on the werebear being done to like be able to just instantly refresh it and keep it like permanently up. It'd be ultimately the plan. But if you don't have evade charges or evade cooldown reduction shenanigans or whatsoever, it's not really worth it. Now you could definitely time it that it works against a boss. So I guess that's something to consider, right? I mean, if you know that it's going to be up for another like how long is the duration right now? No, it's up for another 31 seconds, and you're just going to activate it so that you have it for the boss fight. That kind of makes sense to me. But yeah, as you notice right now, more offline than online. Activate it again. More damage scaling. He's instantly going to go off in the boss fight. Other utility aspects to reduce cooldown. Well, there are the flicker step boots. And if I dash through opponents, it's a 4-second cooldown reduction. Since you have it up for like 30 seconds, in a 30-second window, you need to do like 3-4 dashes through as many opponents as possible. And then you kind of have it up. I mean, it's also kind of like the required playstyle, because if you're actually looking at how long the Grizzly Rage is up and how many stacks we're only getting, you can't actually build up the 200 stacks in one sitting. And considering that Boulder is already one of the higher damaging builds, like I guess you're supposed to do that, right? Okay, come on, give me the Grizzly Rage so we can see the insane damage. It's gonna be staggered in a second. Grizzly Rage. No! Just before we add the Grizzly Rage unlashed. Okay, I'm now gonna wait for 90 seconds so we can see the ultimate Grizzly Rage. Okay, John? Life on hit is technically not bad. I mean, life on hit can help you, right? If you just deplete some life and then suddenly life on hit hits and then life on hit hits and then life on hit hits and then it goes crazy. It's worth it. Somewhere, somewhat. Okay, 50 more seconds. Leon. Ignore me. The fight's going to be longer than 30, so we get this. Have you watched the GGG live stream? About half of it, and I'm very impressed so far. But this morning I didn't have the time to watch the full one. You know, different obligations, like making actual videos that make me a living. Okay, like explain where that different damage boost came from, Chan. By the way, 2 trillion hit, the highest we've seen so far. There's a new high score. And that was a 2 trillion hit without Grizzly Rage, so that's kind of telling. How do we become more tanky? I mean, we got already, like, here, we get the tanky node. We got the tanky node, and there's more nodes around it. We get the tanky node. So we technically have all the tanky nodes, right? But I guess we need to take some more of the tanky nodes, especially the elemental nodes, because right now I'm just dying to elemental damage. If I die. And that brings me up to 3k lowest. And that's not the lowest, because we're actually getting here from the Cyclone Armor. We get a powerful wind that surrounds you, grounding you 100% to all resistance. Very nifty, isn't it? Our armor is at 27k. Could be higher. Our fizz resistance relatively low. It's kind of shit. And I do need better boots that I can actually use, but again, I need flicker step. There another way to get cooldown? Any other way to get cooldown? Utility has shapeshifter are maintained. Looting aspect. Metamorphosis is kind of useless. Casting core skill damage reduces the cooldown of one of your skills by... I mean, technically, this would work. Right? But it's a resource aspect, so we can't use it. So nothing I can actually do. If I play the flicker step, this one, then I have to temper movement on or I'm screwed because my movement is so slow. It's not even funny. Okay. Whirlwind Barb, the best right now. Whirlwind Barb is absolutely fantastic, yes. Okay, let's get this one. Shout. Thingies. Grizzly Rage. So now you have Grizzly Rage, see, and I dash through these guys. I hit a lot, and then the next pack, the next densely pack, I'm going to dash through again. So now we're at 80 seconds cooldown already. Right, so the goal would be that I reduce the cooldown so much that I pretty much have it back up before it runs out. But that's actually impossible without the attacks reduced cooldown reduction because, like, see, I already did the maximum amount of evades I could, and yet we were unable to maintain Grizzly Rage. I mean, it's still better with the flicker step than not having the flicker step at all, right? But it's by no means like good. I mean, now I at least could use it like probably 2 to 3 times in a dungeon instead of 1 time. So a vast improvement in that regard. But it definitely works that I pull all of them together. A neat little trick, right? Could use EM spell as well to help. I would lose crit chance then. It might be worth the consideration, but it might also be worse just not to play Grizzly Rage. Until I really have the attacks reduced cooldown reduction. Right? I'm told 7, but I do have a unique flicker evade. No, I'm good, sir. If I can't find it myself, you're going to have your struggle to find this too. Which means I will have to find a different way to play the build, right? I have to find a way for the potential guide that doesn't require you to have the perfect item. I mean, then again, this is like kind of the grind that we're talking about. So if you now want to play Druid at its max, you will have to fumble around until you have the perfect flicker step. I guess that's reasonable, all things considered. Just when you know that's exactly what is required of you, right? So you know in your grind now, when you're trying to max out your Druid, that is what you're looking for. Yeah, let's try to stack up here the Druid form at least a little bit. Or meat grinder him. 1.5 trillion. 3.5 trillion. Let's go. High score, ladies and gentlemen. Still not the double digit, but we're getting there. Slow and steady wins the snail the race. Especially with these attacks actually giving me like here bonus juice. So each point invested here makes me stronger. Double-digit trillions. I started playing D4 the past 3 seasons. I don't have the DLC. When I check all content creators, everyone has the DLC, so I feel left out in game, both community and gameplay-wise. So, what's your question? I mean, you definitely need the DLC, so there's no question. I mean, like, generally, you should get the DLC. Like yesterday. Okay, we got resolve stacks, resolve stacks, resolve stacks, and we got... Okay, so the only thing is missing is the resolve stacks here, but I don't want to re-roll that on that one because I need the better amulet. We need a Might of the Urzen in Greater Affixed, and yeah, that's like the last thing that we would right now need. So I'd say we're gonna go over to kill the Harbinger's Den. Yeah. What should you be looking for in gear in general, Patrick? For the overpower build, you should be looking for all the multipliers, Fizz, Vuln, Crit, and then mix them. Always have a healthy mix of all the multipliers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Torment 11, Harbinger of Hatred. Oh, I accidentally turned on my Grizzly Rage early. Oops. Well, I guess I won't need it against him anyways, huh? Thing is, Harbinger's like so large, he just gets destroyed by my boulders, right? I mean, I need to be able to do this to a Torment 12 boss so that I'm happy. Okay, we're looking for a Greater Affixed Ring, ladies and gentlemen. Ring with a Greater Affixed. Greater Affixed. I mean, also weapons with like the right set of exact things that I'm looking for would be nice. $600 damage, 600 billion, 800 billion, and gone. Oh, another unique mythic, chat. So that's 2 mythics already today. And I'm actually not happy because I don't need them. So that's Ancestral with a lightning damage multiplier, chat. And cold resistance, but it is Ancestral, which at least allows me to make the most out of it. Let's try one more time. That's my last greater key anyways. Then I get to farm like a bunch of lesser bosses to get like the most out of it. $1 trillion. Oops. We have finally died. Been a while. So will the PoE upcoming May update kick D4 out of the ballpark? I mean, end of May, like most people will have most things done in Diablo anyways. That's a whole month of Diablo, which is a lot. And I guess in order to do all the classes and all meaningful builds, I'll definitely take all the way to the end of May. I mean, we have the 8th now. We still have like, we have Spiritborn left, we have Rogue left, Paladin, there's Barbarian and Sorg. Plus all the other builds I haven't actually done. So there are quite some things to still check and do. Did I get another ancestral version of the ring, or did I just get another? So this is normal ring. There's another ancestral version. This is better. It has maximum life and life on kill. Right? I mean, none of these are good, but this one is at least better. Or not worse. You're now 1 year closer to the grave. Congratulations, Lord Overflow. Happy birthday to you, my friend. That sounds fantastic. all damage multiplier and crit damage multiplier plus weapon damage. If I could now get the vuln damage multiplier, that would be fire. Because you could now add another affix, and that could be another offensive affix, right? And that is willpower, but the willpower can actually be re-rolled into whatever you want here, right? So the willpower could be... No, I actually can't go for vuln damage, so this is the highest we can get from this one, right? So we got a non-greater affixed one, but with all damage multiplier, and I could technically try to get the critical strike damage multiplier hit with the upgrade. Not sure if that would actually lead to more damage. Much more damage. Could potentially be. Okay, we get this one as greater affix now, ladies and gentlemen. So, by the way, who of you does actually have, like, the Grand already? Anyone? You got a single one yet? Damage per overpower stat. Max roll or bust. That's what I spend all my keys for, sir. I didn't spend my keys here for non-max rolled overpower. How's Druid going? Pretty good. I mean, we've reached the trillions of damage easily, relatively easily, and we have made our boulders do actually billions per boulder hit. So that's kind of crazy. But we gotta see if there's like even more damage to Weasel Out, right? I mean, there's always more damage to Weasel Out. 20% per overpower stack. That's actually pretty good. Quite nifty roll. I mean, we could get better gloves that don't have attack speed because we really don't need attack speed on these gloves, right? So that's something to definitely check out. There's another multiplier missing there. Our pants are pretty much maxed. Our helmet is maxed. We need a different amulet. So that's currently on our agenda to get a better amulet. But we have the resolve stack, so that's important because that's one of our highest damage multipliers. We could still get more skill ranks because we do actually have quite some shields here. We have to 3-to-1 combined shields now, chat. Mastery +1 to all skills. Ha! 900 gold drop rate. We got it, chat. See? Chat was saying, Pony, you'll never get it. I actually said it. But this is the 900% gold drop rate one. +3 to shapeshifting skills. Perfect. I now need money I can farm it, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, locate Urivar. But Urivar's just going to fall over. Our main stats comparable between classes. I have more strength on my paladin than you have willpower on your druid, but I only do BS DPS. Well, so the main stat is bonus skill damage. So it's kind of like all damage multiplier. The reason you're probably doing worse damage than me is because you're just missing other multipliers. I mean, currently I have 51 stacks of resolve, and 51 times 10% here is 510% more damage just because of my ring. Then we have like the Starless for 50, that one for 86. We have the other multipliers multiplying with each other. So we do have quite some possible damage just from this. And our set is actually insane because our set works the way that it actually accumulates up the damage on the boss and then explode outwards for like these super big trillions of damage hits. So you gotta pretty much consider that already my normal hits are doing insane amounts of damage. And then we just get like even more trillions of damage on the tippity top just for the shits and giggles. Yeah. Because why wouldn't we? I enjoyed the new expansions of yes. What do you think is the best class for tanking damage? Barbarian. We have the Immortal Barb. As soon as you get the Melted Heart of Selec, Mythic, you just don't die. You, in fact, do not die. Do you just keep playing hope for GA plus amazing stats? Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to max out your character, that's exactly what you do. But this is also why I don't, like, really super ultra max out characters. So I play characters until they're Torment 12 ready, until they destroy everything in Torment 12 and feel very comfortable. And then I just move on to the next character and build. I mean, realistically, you could now farm your one char and try to get the absolute perfect items. So that's absolutely what people actually do. So they just keep playing and playing and playing and playing and playing and just wait for the perfect Jays to drop and the perfect uniques. I mean, technically, I would have to play until I get a Might of the Urzen that has a crit and a vulnerable damage multiplier. Right? Because unless I get that, I'll never be, like, actually maxed. But I also don't need that to actually go, like, crazy. Right? Let's destroy some
What do you seek?
Dungeon Delve, Skull Reserve, Gem Reserve, Equipment Delve. Material Reserve is actually good, FY.
Back to it then.
Not a single item. We get our layer bosses up. We can make them even stronger for even better rewards. Just we seem to be anyways menacing them. I wonder if that +2 to layer bosses makes Mephisto harder as well. Right? Hmm. None of this. Keys. Materials. Jewelry. Keys. So. I mean, my chest is as defensive as it gets. The only thing we're missing is physical resistance. My pants are actually super resistancy as well. Yeah, my helmet is kind of shit. That's the problem, but I don't have anything better. These are like real bummer problems. Your minions die a lot. Well, your minions are not responsible for your damage, so it doesn't matter if your minions die a lot, my friend. So the best way to get more damage is always to get more multipliers. You might think it doesn't matter that much, but having like a glove with a triple damage multiplier is truly making a big difference. Pull them all together, dash through. Okay, so we get our cooldown reduced to kind of like 18 seconds before it runs out, chat. So we're like, if the map has enough enemy density, we can almost keep the bear form up indefinitely. Are there still cooldown reduction runes left, chat? Or did all the cooldown reductions runes leave? I think they're still left, right? So let's go out. Let's see. Red items? Red is just loot filter. Balance skills, freezing. We got Yom, Vax, Om, Ya, Eom. Is Eom still cooldown reduction? I don't think I have an Eom. Check my other two characters. I would miss out on crit, but I guess it would be fine. No legendary runes. Orm, Vax. Put them in here. Let's see if he has an Eom. Is it an affix you could roll as your second on your amulet that might help? No, not for this amulet, Necroxus. So right now the amulet I have is bugged. It's a gnome bug, and I can't roll anything new on it. It's a bit annoying. It's a bit shitty because I really would like to roll something different on it, but I simply can't. Om again. Yom again. I don't have an Eom. I guess I could throw a lot of legendary. You know what? I'm going to do a tribute of legendary runes, and we're going to hope the best. But first, we're going to check something upstairs, and then we continue. Everyone, it's PP break. Can you get GAs from tempering? Only on ancestral items. And that's ultimately what you want. GAs from tempering. So yes. Let's try a tribute of greater runes. It should actually be interesting because I should be able to get my grizzly form to persist in this dungeon. Right? Okay, so you can't have grizzly form overlap and actually stack up to the 200. I thought you could do that. Can Grizzly Rage not stack up more than 39 times? Or is that a bug? It's like seemingly stuck at 39. Seems quite bugged, right? My treasure breed sigil turned into a normal one. I have never seen that happening. That is quite the unfortunate thing. That should never kill me. This is something we definitely have to get under control before we can be happy with the build. Problem is that we really have been focusing on maximum damage, 0 defense, right? I wonder if a different bulwark option would be worth it. Right? I created an element for my Hellfire build that has all damage multiplier, crit damage multiplier, vulnerable damage multiplier, and +2 to Hellfire skills. Would it be better to have crit chance instead of Hellfire skills on the amulet? Technically, yes. Practically, like, it's fine. You can get your crit chance somewhere else. I'm not getting at least 1 legendary rune. I'm mad. Okay, we have 0 legendary runes right now, Chad. And for the greater legendary, greater runes in Torment 11. Okay, Chad. And the outcome is a bunch of useless drivel. A bunch of useless drivel. Now, what you can do is, and this is something in case you didn't know, Chad, you can actually take all your runes and you could transform them into different runes, okay? So there's the 3-to-1 transmutation, but there's also the amalgamation. So, for example, I can take the What rune and then amalgamation and actually make a Tum rune. Yeah. Interesting, right? And I can take a What rune again and I can make a Igni. So that is possible. We can take a mod, amalgamation, and it can be a Vex. We can take a Zan, and we can make a Buck. We can also take a Kel and turn it into another Tum. There's a Nagu into Buck. Well, at least we do have another Igni now. Okay, what do I need to make an Eom? And was Eom the one I'm even looking for? Let me double check in the planner so I'm not creating something wrong. Eom. Eom was cooldown reduction. What do I need again? I need 5 legendary runes. So can I do this? And then 5 magic. So that. So, EM says 100 offering, reduce active cooldowns, and has a cooldown of a second. Now, technically, you could go for Igni, which gives you every 0.3 seconds 25 offering, right? And you could just reduce it by a second, a second, a second, a second. And we could probably also just play the Buck rune that I just destroyed, as it seems, because I don't find my Buck rune anymore. And keep zooming. Or cast like non-channel core skills to just reduce my cooldowns. I guess the Igni might be better. See how that vibes. 110. Is it possible to create blue runes? What do you mean with create blue runes? You should have more than enough blue runes. Okay, so cooldown is dropping. Oh, this is probably the sparsest populated start of a pit I've ever seen. Like if this was now like a pit run I was trying to do for like a for like a challenge, that would have been absolutely horrible. Right? A disgusting, devastating little shit. Oh, I dashed and didn't hit anyone. That's fantastic when that happens, chat. Love it. So the problem is that the cooldown reduction is like 0.1 seconds. I mean, it still helps, but it doesn't help in a much meaningful way. And it does also reduce my crit chance now, which is a bit sad. I mean, my crit chance is currently sitting at 52%, which I think is fine because we're getting +1 more crit per stack of resolve. In case you didn't know that, chat. Yeah. Went a bit out of the window for this build. Okay, so the Grizzly Rage still seems to be stuck at 39 stacks. Or I'm not entirely sure what the 39 there means. We got the Grizzly Rage now up though, so we pretty much had like a minuscule cooldown between the two. So that's great to see. Oh goodness, there's like 4 dudes that have like lightning damage overlapping on top of each other. Absolute not candy cakewalk. Pretty much have to like, oh god, they also have fire explosions, no wonder. And I was wondering what was killing me here, chat. It was the combination of fire, lightning, and everything together. That was what actually was killing me there. Is my armor broken? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Chat, if broken armor keeps you away from pushing through the pit, then you're doing something wrong. You do double-digit billions with 600k toughness. 600k toughness is not a lot. I'm at 1.5 million toughness. And that's with broken gear, my friend. So toughness is like a very shitty value because it doesn't actually tell you how strong you are, since your toughness is also weirdly bound to barrier. So for example, as soon as you have a barrier going, your toughness usually doubles. And just make out of that value what you want, right? It's not like that your toughness actually tells you how tanky you are. The actual value of toughness is really inconsequential. What matters is more the like when you actually pop open the toughness and hover over each thing to kind of see what you actually have. Because like again, 1.7 million toughness could now insinuate, oh wait, we're actually tanky, right? We can actually soak up some damage. but I could be sitting at 1.6 million toughness, and most of that would be max life with barrier. And on top of the max life with barrier, it would also be armor. And you would actually not have many elemental resistances at all. So that could easily be the case with your toughness. And that's where then this weird feeling comes from, like, hey, I am supposed to be tanky, but for some reason I am not. Oh goodness, this is going to be absolutely disastrous now. Oh goodness me, chat. This is going to be a disaster. Have you had disconnects from the server lately? No, not at all. So if you have been experimenting that is not something I got going on. I forgot. Like, when he has the beams up, I'm not allowed to dash through him. Like, I was trying to dash through him to reduce the cooldown, but let's not do that. You could way too far mythics. My mythics are ass. The best way is to find the mythic tributes and then use the mythic tributes. I know you just don't find them easy, but it is matter of fact the best way. I'm sorry if this is not what you were hoping for. Okay, as long as no one is here, I can still dash through him. And we can activate our bear form. Come on, broken gear gang, ladies and gentlemen. 1.5 trillion. Oh goodness. Oh goodness me. With broken equipment, it's just a bit, yeah. Other spells unstoppable. Yes, Mr. Lamb. Have you not paid attention? We're making Druid Barium every 5 seconds. And that, in fact, has me permanently unstoppable. So in case you missed that part, sorry. I haven't mentioned it before. I know you're trying to be funny about the dying and the title, but in fact, the build is permanently unstoppable. I'm sorry if that dashes your attempt at trolling. Gotta step up those trolling attempts, okay? It was pretty weak. Okay, so let's not get lasered by his laser, and then we're good. He's set while just dodging through the opponent another time. No, I'm silly me. I assumed that when I'm playing the Cyclone Armor, and the Cyclone Armor gives me 100% multiplier on my... the Cyclone Armor gives me 100% multiplier on my resistances. Silly me thought that that would actually be enough to, like, keep me nice and defensive alive, but it doesn't seem to. Is indestructible one of the worst outcomes for an item? Yes, absolutely. Because indestructible does obviously do nothing for you. I mean, sure, in this scenario we're in right now, indestructible would actually be helpful, because technically if my gear was indestructible, I could die as many times as I want. But if you get into the situation where indestructible is something that you actually require, yeah, like, right? That's that. You're missing a bunch of overpower damage. What you need is damage per overpower stack. That's how overpower damage works right now, sir. That is the one. Okay, so Eom is working. Our crit is working as well. I mean, we're sitting outside of the city at 52. We have 51 stacks. How are we sitting at 52? We get crit chance here. We get crit chance there, right? We get crit chance on our... Yeah, so that's 52. Makes sense. So we're sitting at 100% critical strike chance, guys, because we currently have the boulder here. Boulder gains critical strike chance. Additional boulder gains 1+ increased critical chance per stack of resolve active, which is 52 stacks. So we're good on that regard. We're maximum critted out. It's nice. Which means we need more resistances. So any point of resistance that we can weasel out somewhere needs to be taken. Also, I can finally remove that intelligence point, which actually allows me to take more resistance. I mean, silly me, I assumed that the resistance, which is currently at 72%, right? If I now go in, I got my Cyclone Armor, which passively gives me 100% bonus recies. I thought this is good. We're technically sitting here at, 5,000, so that's 75, that's 77. Well, that's kind of decent. You get the Fortify when cast. Get the 20% cooldown, 20-second cooldown reduction. We get the Ravens for the vulnerable. I mean, we currently have the Bulwark, grants 3 stacks of resolve. Actually, we don't need this, right? I wonder if it would be better if we go for like self-restores of its barrier amount each second. So if we have the thingy just reconstruct itself, so we would just stay alive longer, right? Maybe that's a thing. Because sure, that bonus tectonic spike damage is nice, but it's not going to be the damage we need, right? Let's test how that feels. So with this, every second the barrier would kind of like replenish itself. So even if we take damage, the barrier just reconstitutes and reconstitutes and reconstitutes and reconstitutes. So that should be good. The only thing I dislike right now is being forced to dash through opponents. Are we forced to dash through opponents? Well, if we want to have our Grizzly Rage up as often as possible, this is not like a maybe, right? This is a mandatory. Oh, 2 trillion damage. Let's go. So I need those rookie numbers higher, chat. Higher.
Curse this place.
I missed my stone. Where did I miss my stone? Wait, did I miss the stone at the beginning? Oh. We're fine. Do you want to try a barb? Well, the best barb right now is the whirlwind barb, and I really find that boring. I mean, I essentially have everything for the whirlwind barb though, so I could pretty much just whoop him out of like existence in no time. I have all the mythics. I have like all the aspects that are not barbarian based, so like kind of the neutral aspects you need. It would be absolute child's play to get that build running, but I just don't like it. Makes me really not want to play him. So I'll just assume that Grizzly Rage being stuck at 39 is a visual bug. And my Grizzly Rage is not actually stuck at 39. You have a homebrew of Habibo Bar, Pit 105. I mean, you can pretty much do Pit 100 with a lot of builds. But Pit 100 wouldn't actually be Torment 12, right? So you can be able to clear Pit 100 quite easy. But if you then go to Torment 12, you kind of get your ass kicked in. Because Torment 12 is like kind of beyond Pit 100. The Rage Spray is the same as Whirlwind. No, it's not. You would think it is, but it vibes completely different. I wonder if we want to remove the EOM again. Because I don't feel it's like doing enough. Might as well play something else rather. And just keep evading better, you know? If I really want this, I'll just have to evade more opponents faster. Okay, one thing that we can definitely say is that the bonus barrier production does actually work, right, ladies and gentlemen? So it does keep us alive vastly longer, and there's not so many weird hiccups in the matrix. So that's a cool thing. Area 5 in the chat. And we're probably losing top end damage for survival, but that's always the trade-off, I kind of guess, right? Are you using staff or a mace? I'm currently using a mace. Because I had a mace, a good mace. If I find a good staff, we might be using a good staff. But it's just simply down to what I actually have. I'm not sure if my boulders are fizzling inside the walls here, and I hope they're not. Right? I am stuck in the corner. Okay, Grizzly Rage up in the boss fight. Still need to like wait for every time we have a dash so we can just dash through the enemy. 2 trillion, cool. Good. Okay, that was a good showing. And there's still so much to upgrade, chat. We're getting there. We're getting there. An Eternal Whirlwind Immortal Barb is stronger than Seasonal for the very first time due to mixing old goated items with new. Interesting. I wonder if you could find an old aspect of Eternal Rage that didn't get fixed. Should be good. Hacker man. Right. Pulverized Druid is still pretty nutty. I haven't actually checked for any Pulverized Druids. Let's check the YouTube quickly. D4 Druid Pulverize. Let's see. Ah, there we go. No, wait, this is a Ravens build. It's not a Pulverized build. I was looking for the Pulverized build, but I can't find a updated Pulverized build. Ah, Pulverized here. Tower 125, Chan. So 125 on the pulverize. Oh, this is a terrible frame rate though. Okay, pulverize has the lightning around him, and then he does. I assume billions of damage. Yeah, there's billions of damage there. He probably does use the petrify as well, and then the pulverize. Yeah, there was a trillion damage, and then he used the pulverize to explode things. Meanwhile, the lightning is just striking around him. Probably because pulverize has such a high lucky hit chance that he can have like the lightning strike around him. Because pulverize does actually have a 30% lucky hit chance, and if he hits everyone, he probably has like lucky hit to restore resource, I'd say. He might also have like nature skill to reset cooldowns, right? This is something you could also do. So right now we get this one to make us resolve, right? But we could also have the nature skills reset cooldown, but it wouldn't work the way we want it to work for this for this build. The earth damage are pretty nutty. I'm not too convinced by that because the earth aspects. The only interesting one I find is like your earth skills deal damage to healthy enemies. I like that because it allows for like ultra nukes, right? Old Gorse was 23 attack speed, 10 whirlwind rings. Ah, yeah. I mean, if you have an Old Gorse, that's probably completely masterworked, right? I'm not sure how the items are looking on Eternal, but do you actually keep the masterworked super Eternal items? So, because masterworking back in the days was obviously completely different, right? And the stats on items were also completely different. So I can see how, like, an old masterwork Gorse could actually be nasty, yeah. That makes sense. Think about it. Okay, great. First floor, not a single mob to add a second to it. That's not true. First floor has the best mob to add a second to it, ladies and gentlemen. The boss mob. I guess there was definitely a season where it was easier to get like multi-GA items, and the old masterworking was definitely more powerful than the new masterworking. What you could like do with it. I'm fully with you on that one. Oh, Torment this is currently Torment 11, but I could do Torment 12 with this character. I don't actually know why we do Torment 11. It's just more relaxed. I mean, I still had a chance to die just a jiffy ago. So we just played Torment 11 because I don't like dying. But to be honest, yeah, we could do it. Why do lair bosses not always drop uniques? The idea behind that is that you need to reach certain Torment tiers, so lair bosses would always drop uniques. So gone are the time of just Torment 1, go to a lair boss and get a guaranteed unique. I mean, you are going to get boss trophies, and the boss trophies can be at the Horadric Cube actually be turned over into uniques. So it's not like that you never get uniques in the beginning. It's just that you rarely get uniques in the beginning, but that due to boss trophies, you're still able to make yourself uniques. In case you don't know this, but you can take your boss trophies, these items here, the Endarial, Duriel, and whatsoever items, and you can actually turn them into mythic items, which is one of the other better ways to get mythic items. Right? I accidentally hit negative 9.2 Q damage. Well, then you're hacking. Chat, moderator, spend that, man. No, seriously, you might have found a bug. Cherish it. Don't tell anyone. Are there only 71 skill points? There are currently... How many skill points have we spent?
Now that that's done, I could carve us up something useful.
I mean, you get a lot from the skill tree. See, for example, I miss a skill tree here. Skill here because I haven't conquered a stronghold. Yeah, I don't even have the maximum amount of skill points. Lesai. There, delve into Nightmare Dungeon and Torment 3 or higher. So I'm missing another skill point there. 2 skill points I'm missing. Yeah. It's kind of sad. And we still need to complete 10 Legion events as well. Collect ether. We need to use layer keys for the crooks. Need to kill... Hey, I did this complete tier higher, located at the Artificer's Obelisk. Oh, the tower. Yeah, I didn't care about that. I just completed my tier 12 Lilith today. I'm thinking about making Apocalypse Warlock just for that. Like, for no other reason. So I don't want to play Apocalypse Warlock, but I want to kill Torment 12 Lilith, and I want to kill Torment 12 Mephisto. So I guess that would be the easiest solution for me, right? Yeah. Kind of like the plan. Okay, we went over to Torment 10 because we wanted to see how well this would now do against Mephisto. Daydreams, good to see you there, partner. I'm stuck on where to find this dungeon thing for first tier. It's the only thing I'm missing. What do you mean? I mean, you get the capstone dungeons here, and then in order to go to Torment 1, you need to go to the pit. And the pit, for that, you need to go to the Artificer's Orb. That's in Themis. Or... how's the other town called again? Themis or Kierkegaard. Make pounds and go, bro. A paladin is worse than druid?
You all started here, born of light and hatred.
Yeah.
And to hatred you shall return.
Okay, let's see how much damage we can do against him. Oh, good damage, chat. Big damn, big damn. Okay, phase one. I've been using T-Bot's bow with Neo Queer runes to have endless resource regen rather than Lucky Chance. Definitely an optimal. It's optimal, to be honest. Because you don't need infinite resource. You just need enough resource to have 5 thingies rotating around you, and that's enough. Right? Well, this stream about to end already. No, I just wanted to kill Mephisto. I'm sorry if I gave you the impression, my friend. I just wanted to kill Mephisto. Oh, really? That poison just touches my little pinky toe and I just die. A link for this build. We have a link for this build. However, that is still work in progress. Oh god, he just got pummeled so quick, Chad. Shadow Druid looks insane. Thank you. We're trying our best. I wonder if I could dash through the poison and ignore it. I mean, not having movement skills is kind of unfortunate, Ryan. Please don't kill me. Oh, wow. Yeah, so the amount of max life that we're not having is kind of like a problem. I can see that. For him. The issue is we're like generally tanky, but the biggest problem is that your... What's it called again? Your resolve stacks are not providing more tankiness. That's an issue. There's technically a way how to get way more armor, and that would be using Stone Burst, because Stone Burst gives you 20% more armor, plus 1% more armor, or 2% more armor per stack of resolve. So by Stone Bursting every now and X, you could technically get yourself quite armored up. I mean, my Warlock was so beefy that in the end we actually tanked the Oh, really? Really? I just walked into that? Yeah, I guess. I mean, not having a single movement skill is definitely a problem for the Druid. I think it's a bug. What is a bug? So, like, not having a single jump or anything is definitely terrible. I guess we might need to put a trample in, but trample wouldn't really work, right? Kind of like, what do you do? Chat. Her Warlock build, the lunatic one, currently. I mean, imagine killing Mephisto with basic skills, Chan. Yeah, but see, like, I have one dash, and I need to time that dash perfect, or I'm dead. Could use the rune to convert the Sork thing into a Sork teleport. Not really. Not playing the best class Sork at the moment. Sork is extremely boring. My main issue with Sork is, I don't know if you've ever seen a Sork play, but you literally need to hit your whole keyboard at any given point to do damage, right? When using the old mount set, is it worth building into crit damage? Can the fossilized burst even register as a crit? No, the fossilized burst can't register as a crit, call me. But all the damage that you put into the fossilized can crit to then have the fossilized be higher. So is it worth building into crit? 100%. because you just want to do as much damage as possible to make the fossilized burst as strong as possible. Right? Haha, one dash. I don't have a second dash. I need to move. I need to smooths, chat. I need the smooths. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that in the third phase now, though. I guess in the Mephisto fight, I could technically put my Grizzly Rage away. Okay, we're in phase 3, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder when Druid Raven will come back. Never, probably. That was a playstyle we literally get to enjoy one single season, and we'll most likely never see it again. And I hate to say that.
Wake up. Your mother isn't here to bring you back to the surface. Choice but submission.
Glint's Anvil is currently bugged, so Glint's Anvil doesn't work, but is maybe the thing we would need to actually become Giga Tanky. Yeah, I cannot outrun that. So we can just kill him down. I guess if I replace the Grizzly Rage through a leap for that situation, so I could get out of it. Yeah, maybe. But otherwise, I just don't see how we could be getting, you know, away there. Let me think. I mean, I could probably, for this case, just put on normal boots instead of flicker step. I'm just thinking, like, for the fight, because I need enough to zoom, right? So if I get, like, boots, get boots here that have basic, like, movement speed. And then we're gonna re-roll the fortified generation into full power. Something like that, right? We're going to put on the... What aspect can I put on? Do we have a movement aspect? Technically here, losing resolve grants you movement speed, stacks up to 5 times, so that would be nice. We could also go for Ghost Walker, probably. While unstoppable in 4 seconds after, you are unhindered, which actually makes me permanently move faster. Okay. And we're going to temper movement speed on it. Just for the Mephisto fight, right? I gotta say, I truly hate the way how they treated Grizzly Rage. It makes it just feel so bad in the grand scheme of things. It's clear you haven't played Sork this season. I mean, I've seen Sork this season, sir. I know exactly how it plays. So, I mean, please accept that playing Sork for me is too gameplay intensive and not fun. See, like, how fast we are now, chat? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? We can outrun everything. Mr. Paladin, but the iron ore farm doesn't work anymore. Sad. Or at least the cheat. That's a big difference. Yeah, I mean, the boots are just for that, right? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm basically floating, chat. This is ice skating. You want to hit me, Mephisto? You gonna wake up? Boy. Meow. I came to the wrong birthday party. Oh, you want to hit me with your red blips? No, 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 not hitting me with your red blips. Nope, nope, nope. Oops. Well, I like if I zoom too fast and actually zoom into his beam, I guess that's unlucky. So there's one thing that you need to understand. You can actually get above 100% movement speed currently. Yes. How can you get above 100% 200% movement speed? By, well, getting all the way to 200% movement speed. And then after you actually get to 200% movement speed, you get something that increases your movement speed even further. Because every active buff to movement speed, like getting Berserking, activating Grizzly Rage, or whatsoever, goes above 250, at least temporary. So if you, with your gear, are sitting at 200, and then anything gives you more, you get more. By the way, are we playing We're Here? We're playing We're Here, right? I'm just gonna make sure that we didn't do that mistake. No, we're still playing Variana, chat. So we gotta swap Variana for We're Here. That will actually give us more defense. I don't think it's gonna be the defense that we need, but it's still gonna be more defense. Woo! Oh, that, well, I don't know what that stun was, but that was bullshit. Let's try to stun him. Because, like, getting him stunned is, like, easier, since if we now get him almost stunned, then whenever he comes, like, out of his hiding here. Oh, here, like, we just gonna, then he's instantly stunned and he doesn't do any damage anymore, right? So he just melts. Okay. But let's see if we can now outrun his laser beam, chat. Henry, I'm not sure if you're following a rogue build that was using a bug. So rogues were bugged for a while, and they're using some infinite damage scaling, and they're using like an item that was also giving them like way too much damage scaling. So I'm not entirely sure if you maybe found one of these bug builds, and you're now trying to actually... I was not in his hands. I was outside of the hands, and they still hit me. What is that? So there's a world that is what's happening to you. I mean, like, if you look into the pit leaderboards, for example, the rogue is currently sitting at pit 150. Absolutely demonic. However, that pit 150 is obviously a lie because it is not true. Rogue is not sitting at pit 150. That was the bug pit 150, right?
So be it. You want the truth of what I am.
So, yeah. That's why looking into the leaderboard and trying to
From your eyes.
copy builds might not actually work. You kind of need to reroll to another build. Not necessarily. It might be that the bug gets fixed or that the scaling gets adjusted where it's supposed to be. Honestly, the amount of Giga movement speed we're having here is even better than actually avoiding his attacks. You know? I mean, man can't hit me because I'm just zooming too hard. Right? There's no way for him to, like, look at this. We're actually breaking his face, chat. So we have him like, Jesus Christ. That was a lot of damage we now did to him. Ah, come on. I would have just had to take the second potion. Ah, this works. If you give one class recommendation for someone that thinks Barb is insanely boring. If you find Barb boring, I would recommend Warlock or Sword. Because if you find Barb boring, you probably want something more gameplay intensive where you actually have to play the game and not just press Whirlwind. And the Sword definitely needs more inputs than the Barb, and the Warlock also needs more inputs than the Barb while still being strong. Okay? You can do damage to Mephisto when he's at top Zandur, but you can only damage him for 50% of his Barb. But what you can actually do is you can fill up his the bar. So you can fill up the stun bar that when you then when he then comes out of his stupor, you can instantly stun him. So that's the general best advice I can give you there, right? So because you're gonna damage him here, right? I mean, optimally, you're gonna hardcore damage him in that phase, so you actually skip the second phase because the second phase is ass. So this is the first thing you need to do. So you need to damage him so much that you actually skip this. And as you hopefully damage him so much that you skip this, you can now at this point, you can damage him until he's fully stunned. So your ultimate goal would be to stay here and do all your CC attacks to really fill up his stun bar. And you can obviously deplete like here to half of his thingy. So right now I'm just stunning him, I'm just stunning him. Okay, stun bar full, perfect. Then we're gonna obviously avoid taking damage somehow. Wait until he's here, right? Get him stunned because then he doesn't do anything and then he dies. So the stagger is definitely a thing. As a Sork, I don't struggle against him at all. Well, you probably have teleport, and you can just go from this side to that side, avoid any kind of damage he could do to you, Zandur. It's kind of the age-old discussion. Like, people were saying, oh no, Lilith is so hard. And then Sork players are like, I don't know why you find Lilith hard. I just teleport over her attack. I just teleport over her attack. And you're like, well, congratulations, you little shit. It's good that you can teleport over her attack. But don't say, like, see, I get stuck in the hands. I can't even walk out of them. That's bullshit. That makes me sad. Okay, but we have the damage. That's the perfect part, ladies and gentlemen, right? So we can kill him if I just now want to bang my head against the wall, but we don't want to. Which brings me to Torment 12 now. I mean, we still have like some survival issues bound to not enough max life. I guess if I have more max life, that would kind of fix itself. But in order to get more max life, I would need more greater affixes, which kind of feels terrible. I wonder if this needs more intelligence. I wonder if I swap these two boards around, if I could actually get the better stats. Because mainly what you can see here is that we're missing all stats, right? To get the most out of this. There's a lot of maximum life just waiting for us. Hammer, you don't have enough damage yet. Oh, you definitely have to wait until you have enough damage before doing Mephisto. There is no reason to attempt the man unless you're just absolutely overtuned, right? It just doesn't just do him when you do all the damage. So Raw Dog, thank you for the subscription gift. Appreciate it. It's kind of like you're only gonna cheapen your own experience versus him when you tried earlier. It is Torment 12 now, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I obviously knew that we could do Torment 12. There was never an argument if we could not. By the way, since when is this map like this dark? I've been here now 2 times and I already wondered the last time as well. But since when is this map so dark? No, when did that happen? Mr. Making Dough? Is that correct? Thank you for your raid. Greetings to your viewers. I hope I did not butcher your name. If it is indeed Making Dough. Spot on? Well, that's a random coincidence then. A very random coincidence. Okay, so we get all of this. Torment 12 possible, but I kind of feel like we're missing like one more leap in damage, and that leap in damage is down to my gloves. So we get to craft gloves that have the 3 multipliers on them, and then we're happy. Right? Love the YouTube videos. More to come, hopefully. And when we're definitely going to have the Druid here tomorrow as one of the higher damage Druids. We might actually have to recreate the companion Druid tomorrow as well, because I just want to see how much damage is possible. Because I heard that the companion Druid can actually do hundreds of trillions of damage, which is intriguing. I didn't know that was a thing, so I thought the companion Druid is not able to do Torment 12 Mephisto. And I thought I had to do the Apocalypse Warlock to kill Mephisto, but maybe the companion Druid can do that for me. I mean, looking for builds that can kill Torment 12 Mephisto is kind of... It's not easy. Intriguing. Yeah, I saw today Druid was doing 450 trillion damage. Exactly. The thing is, like, obviously, like, for your companion Druid to do that, you need the absolute end stage gear, right? But, I mean, it's worth a try. And it gives me something to do. I like to have things to do. Sork is top of the list. Well, then go play Sork, sir. And please don't bother us having fun with other classes. I mean, saying it's literally useless to make anything but Sork is probably the worst comment I've read in a while. Mike, you know that we play games for fun, right? don't play games to play the best class. I mean, at least that's why I play games. But last time I checked. But it's stronger than Summon Necro on this season, in my opinion. I mean, what do you need for Zoo Druid to work? Let's just take a peek. Someone said the armory's not working for Druid. Stormclaw. I mean, I can save it. Ah, but I can't equip my gear. Or can I not equip my gear because my gear doesn't exist anymore? This is Boulder. What resistance? Fire. Oh shit. So what would I need for companion? Obviously that guy's cheating. He is. You need Storm Companion pans with maximum resolve stacks. Flicker Step. See, this is a Flicker Step that we would need, chat. Just for you to understand. Lesai. Okay, we have Might of the Urzen, so that's good. I got that already in max rolled, so that's good. By the way, look at his Might of the Urzen with a 50% critical strike damage multiplier, while my Might of the Urzen has nothing. Right? Just like for you to see the difference on what you have to achieve. But apart from that, it is just the aspects I can see. Okay. Interesting. He got 237% gem strength in this item, and his gems are giving him 108% lightning damage multiplier. What the fuck? like, what the fuck is that weapon, chat? Right? Holy Christ. I mean, I understand how the build is supposed to work, so that makes perfect sense to me, right? So if your sword is a greater affix sword, if your item is greater affix, you always want your temper to be greater affix. Because if your temper doesn't get greater affix, then you're not going to ever transfigure it. Okay? I mean, like, this is 12 resolve stacks because my tempers are greater affixed, right? You need that. This is not a discussion. This is not a maybe you want this. No. Like, this is what you need to even remotely consider existing in this world. Right? Yeah, I heard that Necro actually did something here today, right? I'm not sure if this is a bug, though, because Necro this morning was sitting at pit 1... Yeah, here. See, like, Necro's here, pit 135 in the tower. I'm not sure if the pit 150 clear is actually legit or if that is also, once again, a bug. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a bug. Because there are quite some bugs how you can equip 2 unique charms without a mythic seal. Okay, so 2 unique charms can be equipped, which actually shouldn't be possible. Surprise. Who thought? So there's a world where that 150 pit finishing Necro did exactly do that. I mean, there's generally in the leaderboard, there's this one guy, the infield guys, who literally does abuse that bug. He's the only one. Because no one with a brain in their hands, like, does that in a leaderboard. Where you can easily see that you're bug abusing like that. Doesn't it disable one of them, though? No, there's literally a bug where you can use both. weird. The abusers are gonna be banned. I doubt it, to be honest. So maybe they're gonna remove him from the leaderboard, but I actually severely doubt that Blizzard is going to do anything in terms of like actually banning an account. Sadly, I think they should. I mean, it's a clear abuse, so just punish abuser. I mean, if you're stupid enough to publicly do that, right? Then I guess. Which druid should I use for a new player? So I did level with a lightning claw druid. That claw druid is really cool because you use the claw basic skill to create resource, and you're gonna have your lightning storm passively be around you. And since the claw teleports you to opponents or dashes you to opponents, you're simply slash and dashing forward while lightning is just slamming down next to you. It's probably the most fun leveling I've had in a long time. So that was just brilliant. I mean, the auto lightning anyways is just great. You pretty much get an auto bomber build without having to do anything. No, you literally get a passive auto bomber build. That's perfect. Boulder Druid Supremacy. I think what would make us super OP is this. So what we're missing is Glyn's Anvil. Your maximum resolve is increased by 2, and you gain 4% damage reduction per resolve. That one is bugged, though. Yeah, another one that's bugged. If that would be working, I think all my tankiness issues would be fixed, because I would essentially be able to just... I mean, I have 51 resolve stacks, right? 51, ladies and gentlemen, you heard right. So I guess it will work. YouTube content about Diablo and PoE2. Greetings from Austria. Greetings to Austria, my friend. No worries. There's more PoE2 coming towards the end of the month, especially with that banger update they just presented us. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? Ambushing Hellborn, teaming Mosses. We need more things in the Mosses, because right now we have like the puffing Mosses thingy, where the more stuff is in the Mosses, the more things we're gonna get out. Okay, so our Barrier is there. I need a better rune to activate our Barrier. I think that would also solve a lot of our problems, Chad. But the question is, what would be a better rune to activate our Barrier? Would it be Bug, because we're never standing still? Could be, right? Because currently my Barrier activates every 5 seconds. Which is actually not good. I mean, it just guarantees activate every 5 seconds, so that is good, because you obviously do have your Barrier, then save up. But to be honest, I reckon I would want to have my Barrier more often. Because right now it's Nagu. And we're using, like, for our cooldown reduction, we're, for example, using Igni. Let's actually swap out Igni. Let's put Tum on this one. Then I can put Igni here. And then I can put Nagnu in that one. Let's see. The one casting 5 skills and then becoming exhausted might work. That would be at least every 3 seconds. So you're not wrong. I mean, Igni kind of triggers this every 3 seconds as well, right? Because with Igni, you're getting 0.25 offering, or 0. How much offering? Every X seconds. So you're kind of like, if you look at this one, it's like 1, 2, 3, right? Kind of every 3 seconds as well with Igni. That's definitely better than every 5 seconds. I mean, certainly tankier. And since Igni is not like bound to any kind of like summon or survival or whatsoever, we definitely have it up. That was a lot of shit happening at the same time. So Igni kind of works. Gotta say, I'm loving the movement speed, which makes you not be able to use Grizzly Rage chat. Not really. See how well my cooldown reduction scheme works. I'm getting so many things out of these mosses here. So like my barrier goes away, but it is partially up enough. I can still die. Do you think the Chaos season will ever come back someday? No. I mean, maybe something similar to the Chaos season, but no. Unlikely. I mean, we got already the Chaos season back because we have like Transfigure, and Transfigure to a degree allows us to do stuff that did Sanctification, and Sanctification is obviously based on the Chaos season as well to a degree. Problem with the Chaos season is that it's too build defining, right? Like what the Chaos season did for the game is insane, but it also limits like the design fast because like, you know, if everything can be used almost everywhere, then like there are dangerous combinations possible. Oops. Should have gotten the ether before. At least we're going to get some gold. So we're back to 220 gold, chat. We were at 400 today. Then we went back to 100. And now we're back to 200. Feels like I'm a crypto trader. At this point. Right? Definitely feels like a crypto trader. Oh, I get a T-Bolt's Will now. That's super cool. I've not had one, like... So, let's do a pit 115. Because 120 is currently the highest that a Boulder Druid has done. So if we can do 115, that would be nice. Let's see how this feels now with a new barrier. We're dead to lightning right away. Let's see how that feels with a new barrier. We're dead to lightning right away. Great, great, great. Feels absolutely terrible, man. SpongeBob SquarePants. And I'm out because I don't want to bother with lightning damage, as it seems. Despite having like a lot of resistances, don't get me wrong, chat. I have a lot of resistances. Occasionally, it does not seem like I have any enough resistances. Okay, whenever my cooldown reduction gets full, it reduces 2 seconds away. So every 5 seconds, I'm losing 2 seconds cooldown, which in a 30 seconds window is then 18 seconds lost. It's not too bad, not too hot as well. Somewhat fine. You're going to start Necro now. You should. Necro's brilliant. I've had some of the most fun with Necro just simply due to the absolute insanity that Necro scaling is. Because Necro scaled some of the best. Right? You have your minions that are going crazy. You have your Army of the Dead. As soon as you get the Zangivar Blade of Zir, lightning damage just tears me. As soon as you get Zangivar, the Blade of Zir, things are just so fantastic. What damage reduction do resists do you aim to get from the resist? As much as possible. And then some more, sir. I mean, it's not like you have any downside from having too much, right? I mean, you want at least 70%, okay? But the thing is that even if you have 70% elemental damage reduction, right? That's quite useless. Because as long as you don't actually have actual damage reduction on top, then your elemental damage reduction is not enough. But if you have a lot of elemental damage reduction, but not some other damage reduction, then that's also not enough. So you kind of need to have like a little bit of everything, and then that's most likely also not enough. Right? So long things long, short things short. But you're probably not going to have enough. I feel like my boulders are not hitting these dudes correctly because they would have destroyed them earlier. Okay, for ultimate damage, we need Grizzly. But we can't get Grizzly unless we go for the boots. If we go for the boots, we lost all our movement speed, which obviously doesn't matter in a high pit. So I guess I gotta play Grizzly Rage in the pit with the Flicker Step, but everywhere that is not the pit, I'd rather not play Flicker Step. Right? That seems the reasonable assumption here. Because Flicker Step, nice and good, right? But it's gonna make me move slow and sluggish. But then without the Flicker Step, I'm going to move really fast. I mean, I could literally play the Buck Rune, because if I move 5 meters, I get like 50 offering or so. And I'm moving fast as fuck, boy. Let's see how tanky we are against the boss. On Necro, do for Tyrells for damage reduction or Heavenly Strength? Heavenly Strength. The problem with Tyrells is, yeah, it gives you some movement speed, but Necro does actually not require a single ounce of movement speed. Why does, depending on what Necro you play, why does Necro not require movement speed? Because Necro can play the... Necro can play... movement aspect, movement skill, Sever. And if you have Sever, you don't actually require movement speed. Because you're not going to walk anymore, right? You're going to forfeit walking. And from this point on, you're only going to teleport yourself around. Which is what I do on my Necro, for example. I don't actually take a step. I just spam my teleport button, and that's it. Goodness Christ. Any type of elemental damage at this level just kills me instantly. Ay. Don't have room for Sever unless you drop Iron Maiden. Let me give you a tip. You could use Iron Maiden with a rune if you wanted to, Granny. And or Iron Maiden should be getting applied by your Blood Moon Breaches if you then play minions in Blood Moon Breaches. But yeah. Can also be applied via rune, right? I don't walk anymore with Pal, I just jump around. Yeah, and the fun part is, if you actually jump around and if you don't walk, you can use the aspect of standing still, right? Because the aspect of inner calm does not reset if you use the movement skill. The aspect of inner calm only resets if you actually walk. It's one of the more fun things about that aspect. So as long as you just jump, teleport, dash, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. That's how it works. Okay, so we got 2 of these guys, and then we have the boss. And we're getting killed by every elemental damage with 1 hit. Despite like being tanky enough to exist in normal Torment 12, but Pit 115 doesn't seem to care about my defenses. It definitely has better visual clarity like some of the other builds, right? But that doesn't mean we actually do have good visual clarity. Just means we have some better visual clarity. Great. Weird swords. Stop weird swording me. Okay. By the way, why are you not seeing more damage? Because all my damage is invisible. It's all crits. I have 100% crit chance. So you don't actually see my actual damage that's currently hitting because every boulder I have rotating hits like for, I guess, 10 billion plus. So that's just my standard boulders. They're rotating around me. But like the actual interesting damage is the white popping damage that we get from our set. Because the white popping damage that we get from our set surprisingly leads to quite some overload hits. I mean, even if all my boulders are rotating for hundreds of billions of damage per second, to then get those trillions hits, kind of worth it. Right now we're standing exactly correct because he's just being hit by everything. Okay, now we're gonna get the damage boost, chat. Crazy Rage active. 2 trillion. Can I have him like stand there? That he's in the radius of all your boulders. Okay, if we ignore the deathies, we could have done this like probably in 8 minutes or something like that. I mean, we still have like a lot to upgrade. As you can see, we're not there yet where we need to be from a upgrading standpoint. Probably should do a few pit 100s to get this up, and then pit 105s to get it further up, and then, you know. That's tier 11? No. This is Torment 12 already and beyond. Torment 12 is pit 100. Lightning damage multiplier useless for me. Okay, I want gloves. Gloves. Do I have gloves? I don't have any more gloves. Any more good gloves? I mean, this one has... Okay, let's see. I'm gonna remove the... Defensive, utility. Okay, so we got physical damage multiplier gloves. Then we're going to add an offensive one, and we obviously hope that it's good. That would be willpower. I mean, willpower is per se not terrible because it's kind of all damage, and I can always remove it. So let's add another affix. That would be critical strike chance, and that would be terrible. So I don't want the critical strike chance. Then we're going to add another, and that is critical strike damage multiplier. Okay, that's huge. Now, I can remove the willpower. And I can add back another attack vector. That's willpower. So we're going to have to remove willpower again. This is going to be like back and forth now, chat. Okay, so don't worry about this. Until we get something that's not willpower, because you can actually, like, in case you don't know this, but you can actually get something that is not willpower. Add affix. I went for remove, didn't I? It happens when I craft too much. I went for remove. And I removed the physical damage. Good. That glove is a dud. I am a dud. I have an all damage multiplier glove. Interesting. I can remove the core stat. So I need the attack damage or the critical strike chance gone. Okay, what we can do is, this is a bit cheesy, but we can take this glove and I can re-roll the all damage, but I'm not going to change it. That means the all damage will now stay forever. Okay, I cannot remove the all damage. It's impossible. It's stuck to this pair of glove. And it stays a greater affix, by the way. And then we just remove affixes. See, there's no risk. And I can add an affix, and that can be cooldown reduction. I don't want this, so I'm going to remove it. Then I'm going to add an offensive one. Okay, so add affix, offensive. So now we're going to add until I get what I want. Then we're going to remove. Then we're going to add. Then we're going to remove. Add. 26. And we're going to add crit damage multiplier. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Look at this. And lastly, we're going to get attack speed. I don't want the attack speed, but it's better than having to reroll this glove. So that is now a triple damage multiplier glove. If you get good items with a step-by-step to make a godlike, we have 2 YouTube videos on that, sir. Like, literally, that breaks it all down for you, how to get these kind of items, right? So, recommend. And we get a greater affix to this as well. So, there's a double greater affix glove. We're gonna upgrade it. And we would preferable hit the, yeah, critical strike damage multiplier. Look at this now. That's a very powerful glove. I can now also get the, which aspect? The title. For the more overpower stacks. Yeah, I like that. So let's take this and do a pit 105 because 105 was like a really zoomy experience. No, I cannot go to the occultist and replace the one I don't want because I already did, because I locked the greater affix, I cannot re-roll another one. So it's a little trick that is new. It's like to lock the greater affix so I can roll everything off without consequences, especially if I have multiple aggressive. But it kind of keeps me away from just re-rolling then something away. So it's a little bit of an A, right? Trying to decide what to play after Warlock. I went for Necro after Warlock, and I had the grandest time. Now, obviously, not everyone enjoys Necro. I get that. But just as, like, what I did, and it worked so good for me, I didn't feel less powerful. Honestly, the Necro had a really good leveling and a really good scaling. So it wasn't like, wow, I just went from Warlock to Necro, and I feel so weak. So I'm actually for the Druid here. Like, I started with the Druid, and the power scaling has been insane. Especially the simplicity of the power scaling. So it was like get Torment, equip Boulder, get the Ring of Urzen Strength, Might of the Urzen Ring, then start tempering Resolve, and your damage instantly doubles, triples, quadruples. Done. It's actually stupid how easy you can get insane damage with that. And the best part is the items I have here right now, I can pretty much use for the companion druid as well. So my chest with the resolve and the two-handed stuff, I can use for my companion druid, right? So if we actually decide to do the companion druid, then we have it like super simple. Druid looks cool. Druid is nice for speed farming, this one, because we're like a maximum movement speed monstrosity. Right? So, and we just never stop. So we're keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Boss damage is also nifty. I'm gonna actually show you the full damage because like I can activate crit if you want to. Just so you get a feeling for what damage actually the normal boulder does. Because right now you only see the damage of my set, right? So we're rotating. This is like the big white damage number is the damage of my set, right? So there's a trillion damage hit by the set. And it seems like, wow, you're not really doing a lot of damage, do you? Because like those random trillion damage numbers are not really impressive. Like when we activate the rest of the damage now, the yellow damage on top. Let's get Werebear up. Gotta love how many we can level up. Okay, let me show you another one. Now 105 with the real damage, right? Andre, the almost giant. Andre, good to see you there. Fakura also, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Appreciate it. Can you farm gear for other classes? You can, but you gotta keep in mind that your stat that you're gonna get for Druid is always willpower, right? Always willpower. If you then have a core stat on it. So now, like this is the same, but just so you see the damage. So like there's billions hits, right? Single to double digit billion is just pretty much every single boulder is just slamming for billions. There was like, so my standard boulder damage is actually double digit billions now. I was surprised. So like here, this is 21, 25, 20, whatever. The goal would be to have like every boulder hit for a triple digit billion. I don't know if you can see it, chat, but there's like, the numbers are numbering, Mason. Love the circling rocks. The best part is it can be cast while running. So this is a very mobile build. Someone run a pit with me just to unlock Tier 1 Torment 12. Sir, high recommendation. It's useless for you to unlock Torment 12 if you can't exist in Torment 12. There's zero advantage for that. Torment 12 does not give you better loot scaling galore. Oh, that lightning is going to kill me. I hate the lightning dudes. Okay, so if you hate the lightning dudes too, chat, we can be friends. If you don't hate the lightning dudes, we can't be friends. Looking at starting the game, there's so much complicated stuff. Honestly, it's not. It's actually all pretty streamlined. I mean, like Diablo grips kind of nicely into each other. You might say Diablo is not the most complicated game. Diablo does have systems, right? But all the systems are kind of like nice and fitting to each other. So you do not need a PhD in Diabolology to actually play Diablo. It's not one of these games. Like the current base of the game actually is quite well thought out. So like here, so you see like my big billion number. That's what I said before. But in the meantime of the big billion number hitting, right, you see all these smaller billions that are kind of like slamming into him. It's a pans with 4 greater affixes, and it's virtually useless. Because what do I need a pans with 4 greater affixes for? It's a Tacit of the Dawning Sky even. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, one more of those 105ers, and then we can do another 115 and better. Do you have a current video of the build you're running? No, not yet. We have a planner, but the planner just, like, you know, average explains it. We still have to, like, actually put the video out there of the build proper. I love what they did to the crafting in D4. I mean, the crafting to D4 with the Horadric Cube is actually close to what Path of Exile does, only that Path of Exile does it more complicated. So, I mean, Diablo just kind of tells you with the Horadric Cube what to do. Remove affigs, add affigs. Then it adds the resources for you automatically that you need for this. Turn into unique, combine uniques, amalgamation, right? It's like everything that you can do in Path of Exile too. However, in Path of Exile, you need to know which item does exactly what. Like, right, do I use an Orb of Augmentation? Do I use an Exalted Orb? Do I now use, like, my Omen of Exaltation? Do I go for the other Omen of Crystallization? Do I now apply the Essence? Does the Essence remove the affix? Does this actually remove a prefix or a suffix? Do I Desecrate now? But if I leave a suffix open, does the Desecration then only go for suffixes? And that kind of stuff, right? Sure, you can read it up, and there's a lot of explained in the game by actually just reading, but there's also some things inconclusive. So it's exactly the same, but just more complicated and without explanations in Diablo in Path of Exile. Both craftings are wonderful to a degree. I have to say I straight up prefer the Diablo crafting currently, because obviously I love how easy you can explain it to others, right? I mean, literally making like a good item is a few steps, and everyone can do it. But even if I tell you like the exact process in Path of Exile, you might still not be able to pull it off. Oh wow, that was a lot of progression orbs. Can I ask what's considered physical damage? Very simple. When you hover over your skill at the bottom right, it will tell you what damage type your skill is. My damage is boulder, and boulder bottom right says physical damage. And that goes for every single skill. It will tell you what it is. So if you have down there physical damage, then you're gonna try to get a multiplier for physical damage. If you have holy damage, you're gonna try to get a multiplier for holy damage. And so on and so forth. Okay, we can do a 3-minute pit 110 as it seems. Right, ladies and gentlemen? Is the Thunderstorm Druid build any good? For leveling, yes. I'm not sure how good it is for Torment 12 farming. And I know what I can do in Torment 12 with this build here right now. Absolute no-brainer. Super easy PvP. Wow. Sir. Uncool. I kind of want Glynn's Anvil to work. You know? Okay, let's wait until all my earth skills are casted. Oh, that's why he killed me. He had fire damage. I didn't even notice that this dude has like the fire damage baked into his hits. But that at least explains where you hit me with. Oh, 3 trillion hit. That was nasty. Dude, that just set him on fire. Jesus. Perfect. Yeah, so this is here. Physical damage. We got physical damage here. Physical damage. Physical. So my whole build is physical damage. Straight up. Okay, 91, 91. Almost all 91. It's annoying sometimes. Hit the nail on the head, sir. Hit the nail on the head. Podcat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Podcat, sorry for completely missing you, my friend. Very generous of you.
Worthy of the ancients, this.
I mean, again, for the pit, I go for Flicker Step. Let's do one thing. I wanted to check how is the damage versus the Deceiver, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know if shadow damage multipliers work for Abyss damage on Warlock since it has the shadow attack? Wondering if the shadow damage gems in weapons actually boost Abyss skill damage. They do. They do. I mean, if the Abyss skill says shadow damage, then the Abyss skill says shadow damage. I die really fast in Torment 5. Any tips? If you use a two-handed weapon, equip the aspect of Heavenly Strength for 40% damage reduction. It's one of the best tips to get you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how quick this goes. Oh, fast enough, fast enough. I like it. Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened to his life? What happened to his life, chat? Oh. Oh. He just went. He just went. Poor man. Further, do you even sleep? Yes, 7 hours a day, at least. Or I'm cranky. Don't worry, Flash. I am not streaming 10 hours a day like my fellow creators or 12 hours a day. So I do have time to sleep and make my YouTube videos, not live on stream. I know some of our friends like to make their YouTube videos live on stream. Not me. I like to do them in peace and quiet. Oh, doorbell? That could be my family. Be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And nerf the cache leveling? No, you just need high level caches. The higher level the cache, the better. Kind of how it works. Okay, let's do one more 110, and then let's attempt the 120, okay? Chat? Because 120 is the highest I know Boulder cleared. So if we can clear 120, we're the coolest. But before we attempt that 120, let's check some of the ridiculous items the people in the tower have. Because this is what we talked about when we meant out maxing out your character, you know? So because obviously we're doing fantastic damage, right? But we're not maxed out. There's more we could obviously do. I mean, we can get multiple greater affix items. That is always possible. But we're also missing multipliers on our ring. And we're missing multipliers on our amulet. So there's still like 2 levels more of damage that I could be getting, potentially. Is Druid a good walking simulator? Yes. Any Druid build, to be honest. Because even the companion Druid is like, you just stand on the side and you just watch your companions absolutely smash everything into smithereens. I mean, right now I just hold down my left mouse button and I spam my right mouse button, and I don't actually have to even spam my right mouse button. And in between I do actually use some skills, right? But it's mostly just hold down left mouse button, spam right mouse button. Any idea what class you're going to play with the new PoE 2 leak, Fresh? Depends on the more news we get about the new ascendancies and that kind of stuff. So I will have to see if we do like Ghostwalker, Amazon, or if we go for... probably not the Monk, probably Ghostwalker, Amazon if I would have to choose for that. It also comes down to like the buffs and the nerfs they do to the game. So this is something that we can't say yet, right? How strong are certain things still going to be? How hard is something nerfed, adapted? How are the new Kilgurian skills? So there's a lot to consider before deciding like on what to actually play. Wait, did we do a 110 before? How fast did we do a 110? No, we did a 1.5 in 3 minutes. Yeah. How fast did we do a 110? Okay, there is someone doing a lot of fire damage to me, and I don't like it. It's killing me softly with this song. What do you do with all the extra charms you acquire? I break them down into the resin, because the resin is used to re-roll my charms to realistically just get me higher or more skill rank charms. Right? Okay, you little shit. Trillion. Oh, you know what we have to do now? We're here, chat. Okay, so what we can do one final thing for more damage, and that is actually we're here. This is something we haven't done yet. Okay, let me show you in a bit. Because as you notice, we're still playing Bariana as our main merc, which is actually a mistake, big mistake, because it's less survival and it's less damage. Also not sure how he killed me there in the end. Felt like with everything good under control. Maybe I walked into his like water paradise. There's a world I stepped in his water trap, right? And he just nuked me. What an absolute annoying snake, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate his fire thingy. Ah, I hate that thingy. Right, so some of these pit bosses they have added are like truly atrocious. Right? They kind of removed the... What is it called again? They removed the shadows. Oh, 5 trillion. That's new high score. Chat. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, we absolutely had him there. Holy. So 5 trillion is a new high score. We haven't done that yet. The timestamp there. Okay, everything up to 90. That's good. I kind of want to bring everything up to 100, technically. That would be good. So. Nope. Like, you think we're maxed, right? But look at my ring. So my ring has nothing. My ring has cooldown reduction, life on kill, willpower. And my amulet has crit damage and earth skills plus all damage multiplier, which is actually good. So the amulet ain't terrible. But realistically, the amulet is not as good as, like, I could craft if I then was lucky to get a good base. But I'm actually not getting good bases right now, so can't do much with that. But if we compare this now, like, to the pit leaderboard, so someone said 126 is boulder, right? There's a 126 here. Let's see if we can find the boulder. That is Stone Burst plus Petrify. Durst is also Stone Burst. Can you find a boulder? No. Dominance. There's no boulder. At least not in the tower. Or he went up to 127. I know J-Mag likes to play boulder. Ah, there. Boulder with J-Mag. Okay, so let's compare. He is also playing the Linta of the Mountain, right? He's playing the Might of the Urzin. He's actually not playing, like, he plays the aspect here with the damage rotation, so he plays not as efficient as we. If we look at the amulet, it's physical critical strike damage with a maximum resolve stacks. We have a weapon that has gem strength in this item, and that is, I think, one of the most important ones to get. Because look at his thingies. It's 95% physical damage multiplier. Chat. This is probably non-negotiable. You have to get weapons until you have that one, right? Because look at how high this multiplier is. That's 200% just from the weapon. We had here the crit, the vuln, so mine's actually better there, surprisingly, unsurprisingly. 6 ranks to boulder on the boots. A kind of good point for actually pushing the pit. I like that idea. Definitely. Something to keep in mind. Oh no, he plays with Lightning Storm. Interesting. I can see that. So he does Lightning Storm together with the Storm and Earth skill bonus damage. That's intriguing. I like that. It's a nice little 70 multiplier. But it's like intriguing to see like the bonus damage gain from this. The thing is he needs lucky hit chance to make primary resource to make this work. Otherwise it doesn't work. Right? So I like the lightning. I couldn't personally afford to actually add it to the build unless I would go for a lucky hit for resource. I could try to add that. Is there a good guide to break down for gear for this build? We will have a full broken down guide, but now I need to experiment with the potential of adding lightning to this, because I love the lightning. So why is the lightning working, or why is the lightning interesting, chat? The basic idea behind that is that you're petrifying enemies, and the petrified enemies explode for the damage that you put into them. So the more damage you actually put into the enemies, the more awesome comes out. Wonder if we could meaningful add that. What is Thorns considered, defensive or utility? It should be defensive, unless for some reason it's not. I mean, some of the affixes that you can add with the Heraldry Cube are a bit weird. For example, all resistance is an defensive aspect. It's not a resistance affix. Okay. What's the base number you're seeing? Trillions, sir. So my boulders are hitting everywhere from 20 to 50 billion base. That's what they do. Like every single boulder hits like for double-digit billions. And then the Old Mountain hits for then the Old Mountain hits for trillions. So, by the way, should we do one run with a pit, chat? Should we attempt like to put ourselves in the leaderboard for the shits and giggles? All right, first we gotta add the lightning damage to it though, because I want it, right? I want the lightning damage. I love the idea, so we're gonna definitely look into that. Dude, he just got pooped on. The difference between a 105 and a 110 boss is so severe. Like, seriously?
Work up an appetite. Fancy a tasty morsel.
Hey. So, how do we get a weapon now with that gem strength? I assume the 250% gem strength you only get on max rolled weapons, right? So I have to take this ancestral staff here right now, for example, right? Then I have to remove the resource cost, so that would be a resource affix, right? Then we're going to add the defensive affix, so like, right? Oh, sorry. We're going to remove the defensive affixes. Ignore me. Then we're going to add offensive affixes. Fantastic. Look at this one. Okay, so we have this one, this stuff. We're going to San Francisco. I don't actually need critical strike chance on this anymore because I have enough critical strike chance the way I play. So we could technically go for damage per overpower stack. Nice. Then we're gonna max roll this one. Okay. And now we're going to put 2 sockets in. And by the way, you can change sockets on a transfigured item, right? Yeah, you like you can change gems on a transfigured item. You just have to have the right? This one is transfigured, and I could change the yeah. I could change this. So like if you look at my weapon, for example, it's 22 and 20% physical damage multiplier. And if you're now looking at anyone that's currently in the leaderboard, right? Anyone that's in the leaderboard. All their weapons have this here. This gem strength in this item is up by 200%. And then we have here, what do we have? This one has 30 quality. Fuck me, sideways, right? We got actually he went just for a normal roll. That's kind of impressive. We got the 30 item quality again. Jesus, Boiler, what did you have? Boiler has also, oh, he plays a basic skill build with Earth Spike. How cool. Love that. See, so I assume what, oh wow. Oh wow. That's new. That has never happened before. Okay, like, I guess we were about to pop off, chat. By the way, if you can't see things, that's because you're in the vertical stream, but we actually have a horizontal stream running on the channel as well. That shows you the full picture, just as an FYI. So, by the way, we're going to be about to transfigure this weapon now, and then we're going to regret it because we're going to ruin it, right? Jackpot Joe, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Jack, are you ready to ruin this item with me? Jack? Are you ready? Does it have an aspect? Oh, we need to aspect it first. Reasonable. So we're going to have to crushing it. So now this will give me a staff with like, technically this staff is, by the way, better than what I have right now because mine has crit all damage and then greater affix weapon damage. So I assume this one would actually be better. But now with the difference of going for the transfigure. So usually I would go transfigure with entropic tuning prism because I would only want to get something good, right? But we're going to just transmute this right now normal without adding any of these two. Okay. So we're most likely going to brick it because something shitty is going to happen, but it could also be something amazing. So everyone just raise their fingers, pray for me, because this is actually a good weapon I would be quite ashamed to ruin. I hate transfiguring, by the way. Okay, I got 4 item quality. Okay, well, Diablo, are you okay? Is Battle.net fine, Chad? Yeah, Diablo hated your result too. Wasn't pleased, right? I mean, I assume the weapon is still better than what we have. Right? Macho? So, like, this weapon should actually lead to more DPS, technically. I wonder, by the way, if I would profit from... Nah, probably the physical is still better. So... wrong weapon, I'm an idiot. So that 250% strength, gem strength is mental. I mean, getting like 4 quality, I guess it's better than ruining it, but with the potential of 30 quality. Okay, where's the tower right now? I forget how you enter the tower, Chad. At the Artificial Orb. Jesus, see, this is how much I don't play the tower. Okay, pit 120. Let's go. I don't even know how to play the tower anymore. I'm expecting to see higher numbers than before, ladies and gentlemen. Not seeing higher numbers than before. I have questions. I died. It's over. Oh, by the way, we forget something. We wanted to add the I want to consider adding the lightning to it. In order to add the lightning to it, I would have to... resource temper that one until we hit a high roll. By the way, fantastic how this fits into the UI, Chad. Those are quality control at its finest. And 21. Let's take that. If I remove the ravens, I have no more way to make things vulnerable for the time being because I'm not making things vulnerable. What can the lightning storm do for me? Lightning storm. Lightning storm would actually make me faster, huh? How does it work if I have a human form lightning storm, but I'm zooming around? Top of your mercs, yeah, I still have to do that. Oops, I forgot to put my thingy out. Sorry. Shame you just can't keep tempering without using scrolls. Honestly, when you're out of temper attempts, it should just automatically use a scroll when you press the temper button. And there's no argument brokered there, right? Where is Variana? So there's Rahir here. There's Subo. There's Variana. Okay. So why we're here, 25% more damage, Chan. Pretty good. Let me do this quickly. What are we cooking? We are doing our Boulder Druid, but we are trying to add lightning into the Boulder Druid. Because I kind of want to see if that works. Not during Burst of Rage, obviously. really have enough resource to do it. So this would be making me technically even faster.
Curse this place. Float.
Obviously going to just obscure my vision in the hardest. Did I lose my stone? When did I lose my stone, Chad? Did I ever pick up the stone? As long as they're enemies, one like lucky hit chance is like enough. The thing is, as long as we maintain the lightning storm, we're actually getting bonus movement speed, right? Wait, if I activate Grizzly Rage, but I have my storm active beforehand, then he keeps the storm active? That's mental. That's crazy. Oh. That's interesting. I'm kind of broken. Huh. So the thing is, between packs, if I just stop spamming my boulder, then I have enough resource generation to not run out. And as soon as I'm in a pack, my lucky hit chance gets me up. Oh. I mean, like, see, watch this. My resource generation is enough. And then when I go into a pack, my lucky hit chance is enough. And here, my resource generation. That's such an interesting move for this. Intriguing. Not really hard to keep running, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, this is definitely going to add bonus speed to clears. Intriguing. Yeah, damn. It feels so much faster. Huh. What rune word are you using for perma bulwark? Igni. Igni Queen. Okay, here. See, versus a boss now. Let's see how the lucky hit holds up. I mean, this is the fastest kill we've ever had on a Torment 10 boss, Chad. It might be like partially due to the new weapon. It might partially be to the lightning, but damn. I mean, for anyone that just watched this Torment, like the clears we've had before, this was definitely an improvement in speed, right? Like damn. Am I just imagining this, chat, or did this just look way faster? I mean, obviously we have Rahir as well, who actually boosted us in defense and damage. I gotta see. I got 2 points in here. So 1 point I can pull out to put over in my... I need more barrier from this, right? I mean, we over barrier. That's why we went for nature magic damage skills. We need to keep the ravens for the vulnerable. We get this and we get that. Okay, let's do this again. You're going to put out a build for this? We are going to put out a build for this, yes. We have a planner, but that's why I like didn't put out the planner right now, because realistically I was always going to change things, right? And if I gave you like the full video already today, you've missed out on the fancy changes we're doing right now. Whoever is shooting fire at me hopefully burns in hell. The only thing I gotta moniker with this lightning is I don't see shit anymore. So before I could actually see shit, right? The visibility of this build was actually quite good. And now I'm like at the point where I don't see squat anymore. I'm pretty much just guessing if I'm actually hitting opponents or if they're hitting me or what's actually happening. Right, I guess if I would deactivate the damage numbers, I could see things. Yeah, okay. Don't be too critical. Deactivate the damage numbers. Are you doing Paladin at some point? Well, so far, the current best Paladin build is very boring. So I am not too interested in actually messing with that. Maybe, I don't know, but currently not too intrigued. My lightning storm turned off. Ultimate sadness, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone still alive? I guess. There's one dude still alive, chat. Still standing. Dead. Okay. To the next pack. Normals and elites. So I have like zero clue about the tower, chat. Do you even do the shrines in the tower, or is that just a waste of time? Do you skip them? Or is this like, here's something you actually clear out? Seems like it would be more a waste of time, like actually trying to open this up for me right now, right? Than just continue on my merry journey to find more opponents to kill. Considering that we're playing normal boots right now, okay? Movement zoomy boots. Maybe we should try to reroll ranks into Boulder as well. For more damage. There'd probably be a nice little multiplier. Only good shrine is speed. Oh, I died! I mean, we're seeing like 120 doesn't seem to be my friend yet. I can drag a pile of mobs on it. I tried to take it out. Okay. So the lightning storm definitely works in our favor. What I wonder is if we want to just put all the points into the storm. You know, if we're already playing it. Do we want to put all the points in? Right? That's the big question. Oh, I went into the... shit, I went into Tower 110. When a Tower 110 I can obviously do. See, this is like the difference between a Tower 120 and 110, by the way. Oh, they're obviously made out of wet cardboard. Actually, wet cardboard would probably put out more resistance than this. Can you see the whole screen because you're in the vertical stream? I gotta say, I like this currently, what we're having going on here. The lightning. I wonder if this also petrifies enemies faster. Because if petrify has to hit XXX times to petrify, okay? shouldn't then, when I have my lightning on, and my lightning is also continuously hitting on top, shouldn't we petrify enemies even faster? And therefore, like, just build up even quicker damage? Realistically. Is there a vertical stream on Twitch? No, YouTube, sir. YouTube is our main platform, actually. It used to be Twitch, but YouTube has overtaken in the recent years. I have thingies, Chad. I have thingies. I have infinite resource now. I check the build later. Now we'll definitely have to sit down. So I like the idea of the lightning, but we now have to sit down and think about how can we properly integrate this into the build, right? So the lightning is definitely working. The aspects are also good that we're using. So this is all straight up. I mean, I obviously have to now make a better weapon for pinnacle damage. So I will have to go for way more obolds farming. And then as we get like a better weapon, and then we can finally like transfigure it and hope that we actually get a banger outcome. So that's definitely something to look for. Okay, dude, you're not gonna die. You're good there. He wasn't planning to keel over, as it seems, Chan. Sometimes enemies just refuse to die. Speed pylon. Speed really worth it, considering I'm already fast. I mean, what we gotta think about is a different aspect on my boots, chat. So I think we could play a supportive aspect because we do actually have the movement speed right now with the lightning. So this is nice, right? But that makes me think if I have the bonus movement from the lightning, that we could actually play a different supportive affix. Maybe something unstoppable, more damage, something in that direction, because enemies that are unstoppable, like we make enemies unstoppable pretty much by stunning them too much and slowing them too much, and that kind of shaboinky boink. So it can actually work. Oh, my lightning left out. And then build strength is going to make up in a Paragon board. I mean, we have all the Paragon boards that we need taken. I'm not sure if there's one that profits. Like, okay, so technically we have Earth Critical Strike Chance board that actually doesn't fit what we're doing here right now. Because obviously my Lightning wouldn't do Earth Critical Strike Chance. My Lightning is Lightning. So that's something where we could technically work on to just choose a different board there. You know what I would need for this build? An amount of... See, we're top 500, chat. Woo woo! What I would need right now is a... Oh, I got seasonal rewards. Okay. 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 Cool. Awesome. I would need better boots, obviously. And we need a good defensive affix here. So right now we have like some random boots, right? That are just mega movement speed boots. But I could go for utility affix. That does something for us. Here, while above 50 resource, deal increased damage and gain berserking. Probably not. Resolve, dodge chance. You gain lucky hit chance against elites. What do we have? You have chance to gain ferocity when you crowd control an enemy or applying a stagger to a boss. Cool. Your form bonuses are maintained and you deal increased damage for 4 seconds when shapeshifting a different form. I don't shapeshift. While in wearable form, you receive healing and overpower stacks. That's useless. Blood boiling works because we consistently make overpower stacks, actually. Looting works. Fortified drain rate. Exploiters does work because we make things unstoppable. Lightning damage has a chance to grant a stack of ferocity and you gain damage reduction while you have ferocity. I mean, not bad. Here, my storm skills make enemies vulnerable, and I have increased damage to vulnerable enemies. I mean, if I would use the overcharged aspect, then I could technically say goodbye to the ravens, because I'm only using the ravens to make things vulnerable right now. And we would have the spot open to put whatever skill we want in. When I could just put a hurricane in, for example, and add like another 10% movement speed or whatever, right? And have enemies weakened so they don't do that much damage to me. And then we got like hurricane does more damage, technically, right? That would technically be functional. Let's do a pit 115 that we've done before, but we took like quite a while for it. And see what that feels. I mean, the thing is, if we had hurricane, okay, chat? Oh, that's a pit. That's a tower. So, okay, let's just do the tower. It doesn't matter. I wanted to do a pit. Considering that the hurricane would also be lucky hit chance to restore resource, right? So that would be another stack that actually enables what we're doing here anyways. And it would give us more damage for the boulder. Well, that actually made us stronger. Cool. I kind of like this. Yeah, I feel like this is good. God, this is good. Who would have thought that we actually changed the build this much today? You know, like sometimes you think you're just like it works what you're doing, everything is fine. You don't have to change a single thing anymore. And then you just stumble up in like a good idea, and then you just gotta see how you execute it. This is my favorite part about build making, right? Of just like fucking around and finding stuff out. What I wonder is if I could gain resolve without spamming earth skills, and then I could go for nature magic skills, reduce ultimate cooldown, and technically have my cooldown be continuously reduced by everything I have, so we get more Grizzly Rage. But I don't think that would actually be possible. But if it was, that would be really cool. Because that would solve like a lot of problems. But I don't think we can execute that properly. But how is this against bosses? Oh, it's a single target build. So you're looking at this now and you're like, yeah, this just seemed like really good against like, you know, masses of enemies, but it's probably bad single target. Is actually a single target build. Oh, you thought this was an area build because we're doing area. No, it's actually a single target build. Why is there a kobold in here, and do you actually hunt down the kobold or not? So the thing, what happens in this build, just for you to understand, due to the boulders going around me, we are petrifying the enemy. And a petrified enemy takes the stacks of damage I do to him, and those stacks then explode. Okay? And then he gets petrified again, and the stacks explode again, and so on and so on and so on. That's pretty much what's happening. And since we're doing so much damage per second, the enemy gets petrified really fast, and then boom, 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 it explodes. And since the explosion is all the damage the enemy took while he was petrified, you're actually doing massive damage, right? So you have him like get petrified, and then he kind of erupts in awesomeness. If that makes any sense to you. And that's how the whole build kind of functions, and that's how all this cool damage like comes together. It's obviously like my boulders themselves are also doing like significant damage. Okay, do I have to destroy this one here now? It seems like no brainer. Power pylon, damn. I think power pylon is pretty good when you have like a boss coming, don't you? I get, you know what I miss? I miss the unhindered, because right now I actually get stuck in opponents. This is something that like you might have underestimated on the Ghostwalker, because we were playing Ghostwalker, right? And Ghostwalker does actually make you unhindered so that you can just keep zooming through the enemy. So that was cool. So I can show you against a Torment 12 boss in a bit how that feels. Just that you're like aware of what's going on. Oh goodness. Oh goodness me. You're doing so good. Okay, let's wrap this up though. Okay, let's wrap this up though if we're actually able to get through these mobs, chat. With a jump. Oh goodness me. By Glynn's Anvil, ladies and gentlemen. By Glynn's Anvil. Once we get that aspect rolling, I don't have to worry about dying ever again. Now we got one problem with the Lightning Storm. Once it's deactivated, it's really hard to reactivate because the Druid kind of like takes all your inputs that you have been doing in the last 8 seconds and he kind of queues them. So if you actually try to then click on your like lighting on your thingy, he's just not clicking it. Right? Okay, that was the tower. We got him, Chad. It's a good and not boring build for Paladin. You do have Wing Strike Paladin, which I personally find boring, but others find great. So that's what your option would be. So you notice, for the person that just asked, these high billion numbers. So these hundreds of billions, 800 billion, like in a trillion. Those are my, that's a 2 trillion hit. That's the Petrify. Okay? So these high trillion hits are essentially the Petrify that's happening. So you're hitting him with the lightning, you're hitting him with the boulders. Everything is striking him. Oh, that poison. Can I actually stand here and win? Chad, so I don't get hit by stupid poison. Can I do that? Can I do this? No, I can't. I can't. Mission aboard. Okay, why are we fighting a poison boss, Chad? Why are we fighting a poison boss? Okay, this is good. Let's go out. So, note to ourselves, the vulnerable damage is working like an absolute charm right now. On the thingy. So the only thing we'd have to re-roll is now the willpower until we potentially would hit like ranks to boulder, right? That would be the boulder's a Wrath skill, right? Or nature? No, it's not a Wrath skill. Didn't it used to be a Wrath skill? I mean, at least boots are not getting that much more expensive like some of the other things, right? 3 to boulder, there you go. And that's 4 to boulder, which is actually quite reasonable. Okay. I'm not entirely sure about the hurricane yet, chat. If the hurricane is worth it, right? So wait, let's blast through this pit, then do a tier 12 boss, and then I have to go in the lab and cook a bit. So we have done pit 110s before, but we always did them in a certain amount of time. So I wonder if we can now do it faster. If we wouldn't die like an idiot. forget to pick up the stone, didn't I? That's fine. I think we can undeniably say that damage is higher for one reason already. Because we're instantly getting vulnerable on everyone. Alone for this, I keep the lightning. Right? And that vulnerable damage is just awesome. Poison damage is still BS. It's actually not that poison damage is BS. It's also that lightning damage is poison damage, and that's also BS. Right? Because in case you didn't know, but lightning damage is actually, like, behaves like poison damage, right? So if we go bear form, chat, then, like, my lightning does 200% more damage. My boulders do 200% more damage, right? Crazy. We're really just missing cooldown reduction. If we could somehow get nasty cooldown reduction, everything would be fixed. Okay. I wonder, so does this count as casting a core skill, guys? No, it says cast a non-channel core skill. Fuck. Because there is a rune, Tum, that says 25 offering for casting a non-channel core skill. And I was like, shit, this is a channel. Ah, damn. Okay, how much damage is this currently dealing? It's only dealing 1,000,000 damage. I guess the best way to get more ranks into... I would have to get nature magic damage on everything, right? So if all my ranks on my glyphs were nature magic damage, then I could boost both skills. I'm not sure if that's even worth it. But definitely I can't have ranks to like earth skills or something, because that's going to lower the overall damage. I guess at this point we just accept that our Grizzly Rage is a burst. It really can't reduce the cooldown off. And we'll see where it goes. See the boss? Come on, give me the boss. Oh, I hate that I have to go for the second one now. Boss now. Boss now. It's the same guy, Chad. It's the same poison dude, but look at him die now because it's just like a low pit. $4 trillion, nice. I can't turn the lightning off. By the way, in case you're asking, no, I can't turn the lightning off, Chad. Not while I'm standing here, because like, yeah, but that's just how it works, right? So critical strike, nature magic. When it only does 1,000,000 tooltip damage, while this does 2 million tooltip damage. So I guess we're good, right? I mean, if I'm looking at the tooltip damage and it goes still up to the billions, I guess we're fine. Isn't there a glyph that applies vulnerable for every attack? Yeah, but once. And then it fizzles out. Gain bonus damage for each stack of resolve while in werebear form. This, by the way, is a low roll of the FX. Chad. I'm sitting at... Let's try to make it 13. There we go. Okay, someone was asking now for a Torment 12 boss. Mr. Elishan, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Grizzler also, Matt Max, Animal, Jackpot Joe. Appreciate you all being here. Hopefully enjoying yourself. Now let's see how this looks. How do you get Infinite Arbiter and Paladin? I haven't played Arbiter Paladin in a while, so I can't tell you. The answer is I can't tell you because I don't know. Okay, so Lightning, that, Grizzly, Roar, and now what's the damage? Roll in. So we're stacked now. Look at him, Chung. Look at him, Chung, 6 trillion. And it's over. Right? Lightning Bear. Oh, by the way, this is infinite now. It doesn't stop ever. In case you wonder, but this doesn't stop ever. It just keeps going. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're done for tonight. I'll be making the video tomorrow, but I won't make the video before I have fine-tuned the last little itty-bitty titties of this build. Not sure what we're actually going to play on Sunday because Saturday is actually my day off. So you won't be having a live stream for me, but you will certainly get the full video on the Druid. Okay? I'll be back on Sunday live, but I'll have 1 or 2 videos for you tomorrow to enjoy on Saturday. Until then, take care. Have a great, good evening, night, day. Thanks for spending your time with us and hopefully enjoying. We'll get this up to 10 trillions of damage or I'm going to be sad. Until then,